Well, let's just get into it. Uh, we'll just go with this. If this is the intended difficulty, we'll do that. Wow, this is very different from the first game. So they all have one that they can't do. +1 stress and +2 focus and lowest die. +1 stress to reroll the lowest die. +2 the lowest crew die. I'll go with the machinist. In the moment before waking, the dark space before conscious thought, you struggle to find the pieces of yourself. Usually these pieces come with a particular cadence, each appearing sequentially, like the boot process of an old terminal. First your body, artificial, compromised, but relaying sense data at all the same. Then it's context, the breeze of air filtration, the soft contact of your birth in 0G. Then emotion, coming into focus, coming into your body, bringing with it that first instinct, the one that has framed your past 100 cycles, fear. But that familiar sequence does not arrive. Instead, you are unmoored in space, your body distant, your context silent, even your emotions somehow obscured and scattered. Among all that disarray, only one familiar thing arrives, the fear. It is a scrambled, panicked fear. The drowning fear, the falling fear, the fear that makes you reach desperately for any stable point. It is the fear that tells you something is wrong. Something is very wrong with you. Wake up, sleeper. The voice is whispered in your ear. an act that makes you suddenly aware of your head, pulsing in pain, your body rigid with tension. Sleeper, a familiar name, a mind copied, emulated, a body built, implanted. One person sleeping until their debt is worked away, their double being made to work, to be consumed, and eventually to be destroyed. A proxy, an emulation, a sleeper. That is what you are. But you escaped. You remember that now, broke free of your corporate creators. Essence are in search of a future. You cannot remember the details of your escape, but you know the fear has been with you ever since. All of a sudden, you remember you have eyes, and your eyes flicker open. Pale eyes in a pale face, Lane. The name comes with its own specific sensation of fear, one you recoil from instinctively. Sorry to interrupt, a sharp smirk, but this ends here. You search your mind for more than a name. Is this how you reward me for my generosity? Lane is leaning over your horizontal floating body, looking down into your eyes. I took you in, protected you, gave you a purpose. You try to look away into the corners of your vision to find something you understand. Your body does not respond. But I suppose that wasn't enough. He reaches into the pocket of his jacket and retrieves a small vial. This wasn't enough. The vial glitters. This object you know, and have known for a long time. Stabilizer. The drug that keeps your artificial body, your emulated mind, from inevitable decay. The only balm for your planned obsolescence. The liquid roiling in the vial fills you with disgust. Lane pockets the vial. But it will be wasted on you now. After what you've done to this body of yours, he looks at you with a palpable disgust. Lane's eyes scan your body, and as they do, you become aware of the wires and tubes attached to you. Those that were meant to free you from your dependence, from the stabilizer and the control it grants Lane. They're free, you piece of shit. They don't need you anymore. The voice comes from somewhere behind Lane's head. It is a voice you know, but when you search your mind to try to understand why, you find only dizzying darkness. Shut him up. Lane barks the command, and you hear the sound of impact, of pain, from elsewhere in the room. You try to move your limbs again, and this time you feel a flicker, the twitch of a finger. You feel the extension and compression of a synthetic muscle. Free, are you? Lane smirks. You were free when I disabled your tracker, when I gave you the stabilizer you needed. He scans your body with angry eyes. Now, you aren't free. You're just broken. I had such big plans for you, Sleeper. I invested in you. Lane grips your arm hard, and you feel a jolt of reaction. You will the arm to move, but you have ruined all that. Lane speaks louder over the sound of the struggle behind him. I will try to preserve your body, of course. I have my own uses for it. But your emulation? You feel one of his hands searching behind your head. He finds and grips the thick cable running into the port at the base of your skull. I will burn that out. Lane jerks forward, slamming across your body, then spinning away out of sight. You feel yourself rolling, the cable plugged into you looping and wrapping around your limbs. Then you feel hands steadying you, pulling cables. You glance around wildly and see someone diligently unplugging you. You meet his eyes. Hey! He waves a hand in your dazed face. We need to move. Lane won't be out long. He unloops the cable from around your wrist. Sleeper, hear me out. You blink slowly. Do you know this person? He leans over you, and you feel his hands on the connector, flipping switches, releasing locks. Come on, come on, come on! He tugs the connector clear and pulls you up. You see the room you are in for the first time, filled with tech and terminals, wires waving everywhere, all lit by big windows looking out on an impossibly bright, screen-filled street beyond. In the corner, you see the dark shape of a floating body surrounded by a glittering constellation of crimson baubles. Is that blood? Move! You are wrestled and shoved towards the door, which slides open in front of you, and then you are out in all that brightness, all that movement, gliding hard towards some unknown destination. You come to a stop in a dark alley. The one who guided you here, pausing to catch his breath. He doubles over beside a massive life support unit that sends a lukewarm breeze across your skin. You stare at him, trying to recall anything about him. You notice his tattered jacket, his lightweight clothes. You remember the station runs hot. Something about the power that flows through the place. He looks up and meets your eye. What's going on, sleeper? He wipes sweat from his forehead and floats away in a swarm of spheres. Talk to me. Who are you? See a concerned frown across his face. Don't mess with me, sleeper. That's not funny. He comes closer, eyeing you carefully. What station are we on? He narrows his eyes, waits for the answer. You close your eyes, trying to recall. You force your way through the dark to the image of a station. No, a city, growing on the back of a vast set of hexagonal solar cells. Shadowed by them, you open your eyes. Dark side. The world leaves your mouth like an exhale, an instinct. Before you heard yourself sounded out, you didn't know it was there. And me, who am I? You see something like fear in his eyes, panic perhaps. You stare hard at his face, the slight upturn of his mouth, the intensity of his stare. Nothing comes. He closes his eyes and drops his head, putting a hand to his temple. Reboot. He's speaking quietly to himself. Lane interrupts the process and he lifts his head and stares at you. We need to keep going. We need to leave. He turns and kicks off down the alley. Come on. The rig can't be far. As you are led through the passages and service ways of the station, you try to recall your life here. The texture, the temperature of Darkside feels familiar, but you struggle to pin specific memories to it. Focusing hard, you recall waking up in these passages, cycle after cycle. The rhythms of the station flowing over you along with the crowds. You recall desperation and the slow decay of your body that caused it. Then Lane, those pale eyes, offering you a glittering vial, stabilizer. The promise of supplying more for your work, a deal he locked you into like a cage. There your memory fails you, but in the dark beyond, that moment, the residue of panic, of fear remains. You were Lane's prisoner, Lane's plaything. You shudder in the cold passage. Wait. Your guide holds up a hand, and you stop your glide using the wall. Ahead you see the tunnel opens up into a wide open bay, with a few doors leading to cylindrical tunnels, the docks. They're watching the rig. He nods towards the docks, and you see one of the doors has a couple of figures flanking it, one covered in ornate tattoos, the other with bright silver implants along their cheekbones. Utsubo, Lane's guys. He looks at you and shakes his head in frustration. All this, it's not coming back to you, is it? Something catches your eye and you see he is playing with a coin, nervously turning it over and over in his fingers. He sees you looking and slips it away. Oh, excuse me. He places a hand on his chest. I'm Seraphim, alright? He looks pained when he speaks. Lane, he was our captor. Both of us. We did this so we could escape. We needed to reboot you to break your dependence on stabilizer. He pauses. You know what that is, right? You nod meekly. But Lane interrupted me back there, and the reboot didn't complete, and... He sighs and shakes his head. We can still make this work. He looks back at the docks. I'll lead them away. You get the dock bridge open. If we make it to the rig, I know how to get us in. Got that? He searches your face for a sign of recognition. I've got it. Get that door open. He pats you on the shoulder. I know you can do this. Seraphim kicks off hard and glides into the docks. Over here, shitheads! He bellows to the guards as he barrels through. They immediately push off from the wall, giving chase. Okay, so this is the part that I remember from the original game, where it's like, yeah, it gives you how much chances you have. You wait a breath, then glide across to the door they were guarding. You look already panicked. At this tightly sealed door, its control panel locked out. You hear a shout from somewhere nearby. You need to get it open. Hey, cool. You shift to the central access panel and wrench it open. It only takes a moment to understand the mechanism, and you reach in and snap the locking axis. The door popping open with a hiss. Go! Go! Seraphin flies past you through the doorway into the docking tunnel. You turn to see the two guards approaching fast across the docks, and quickly glide after Seraphin. Seraphin is already at the rig's door, inputting an entry code. The rig's door scissors open, and you both rush inside. Quickly! Seraphin grabs you by the arm and drags you up to the cockpit, the ship's layout hazy in your mind. He dumps you in a flight seat and straps himself into his own. You see him tap a series of buttons as he does, talking to himself. Come on! The rig's drives rumble into life, and Seraphin slams a button on the console. You feel the force of the ship's acceleration as it pulls away. As the ship glides into place on the connecting bridge, its automatic systems nudged there by the port's docking protocols, you feel a sense of relief. Seraphin burned hard out of dark side, and you dropped in and out of consciousness in your seat as the rig made its way across the belt. But now, with open space between you and Lane, you feel fresher, more awake. Seraphin breaks the silence. We're good, sleeper. His eyes don't leave the monitor, and you realize this part of your escape is routine for him. You and he must have docked this ship countless times in your work for Lane. The problem is, you don't remember any of them. I like the music. We made it, he whispers, closing his eyes and letting out a sigh. We certainly did. He turns and you see a pained look on his face, as if remembering something difficult. Have you said this exact thing to him before, in the same situation? Are you okay? He looks at you, chewing one side of his lip, searching your face. Not really, he puffs. Seraphin reaches up, flicking through a set of switches in a practiced fashion. Completing the shutdown, you watch a little frustrated with your own uselessness. Running the rig, you realize it's just another thing you've forgotten. A clunk that runs through the walls of the ship is followed by a short, percussive alarm tone from the pilot's console. Docking complete. Seraphin kicks off from his seat, twisting as he glides past you towards the back of the cockpit. His hands find in the rails on either side of the door, and he pauses, facing into the corridor beyond. He turns back to you, backlit in cold cyan. We need a plan. He glances around. Lane's not going to let us slip away quietly. We need to talk. Seraphin furrows his brow. Not now, sleeper. We need to forget. He flinches, the words coming out wrong. We need to focus on something other than us. We need to survive this thing first, then maybe we talk. Fine by me. Seraphin nods, but the tension remains. We have bought ourselves some time. He glances through the cockpit window at the blinking lights of the the station. You may not remember Hexport, but I do. And there are plenty of opportunities here for us. If we can keep our heads down, he turns back to the corridor, that's what we'll do. He pushes off and glides towards the main lock, and you follow, pulling yourself along, hand over hand, in 0G. We already emptied the tank on this thing. He slaps a hand against the ship's inside. So we need to refuel, and that won't be cheap. But if you and I know one thing, Sleeper, it's how to work. I'm gonna get myself reacquainted, see if I can turn up any old connections. People that might throw us an easy contract. You... glances back over his shoulder. You keep out of trouble. I can handle myself. Seraphin stops at the airlock. Look, Sleeper, you aren't yourself. Stopping the reboot halfway through, he pulls a worn crew jacket from a locker and starts pulling it on. We don't know what that did to you. He jams an arm into a sleeve. I don't want you passing out in... He stops. I'll be fine. Seraphin drops his head, swearing to himself. Grabs another crew jacket and thrusts it at you. Just put the damn hood up, will you? You take it and slip it on. Thank you. Seraphin nods. He stabs at the button to open the lock. The inner door hisses open, and Seraphin glides through. Wait for a bit, then leave. Anyone looking for us will be looking for two people traveling together. He looks at you in your worn crew jacket, a limited disguise for what is clearly a sleeper. We meet back here later. Any trouble? Same thing. Meet here. He surveys your disguise again and shakes his head. This is a shitty idea. He gives you one last look. Maybe find yourself something to eat. Suddenly you recognize Seraphin's instinct to look after you. A flash of a relationship now lost to the reboot. Catch. Seraphin throws a handful of something towards you. You manage to grab the projectiles, and when you open your hands, you see a stack of cryochits. Those should get you some food. We'll need some more for fuel and supplies. He grimaces. That means odd jobs on the station. For both of us. Seraphin kicks off and glides down the docking bridge. Don't go too far, alright? He shouts as he leaves. Take it slow! And with that, he's gone. Leaving the connecting bridge and heading into Hexport's docking concourse. You wait for a moment in silence. Think about Seraphin. It's hard to know what's going on inside Seraphin's head. Here he is, on some hapless escape plan with a friend who can't remember a thing about him. You try to imagine how close you both must have been for him to agree to this thing. But it's painful to think about. That's all gone now anyway. All you can do is move on. You shake the thoughts from your head and pull the jacket tight. Let's see what Hexport has to offer. You kick off and glide into port. Welcome to Citizen Sleeper 2, Starward Vector. The game runs in cycles, during which you can perform action. Yeah, this I remember. The game loop I remember. I don't remember... I can't remember characters from the previous game. Like, were Lane and was everyone in the previous game? Because, like, is this just a straight up continuation? I'm pretty sure it took place on Darkseid. That's possible. Maybe I should have just played the first one again. Ah, well. Stress, use supplies to regain energy. Right, and the cycle clock is how long I have until, like, things happen. And I have 3 energy. skill modifiers make it so that you can use different ability checks. So I need a 4. You just progressed a clock. Yep. And so then you can do this enough to actually... I mean, I not have another 6. I might as well do this now to just get this going. Rules of the exchange. And now I have other places available to me. See if I go here. It's also just kind of something similar. Let's see if I do 1. 50% neutral and 50% negative. Yeah, that's pretty shitty. Oh, because that's engage. I don't have engage at all. Let's check these. Make a meal? What is recovery? Oh, it just reduces stress. Which I don't think I have any yet. I don't know how the stress works. Stress to get a +2 to the lowest die. Right. And then if I get the focus die to work, then I get rid of that stress. Okay, let's keep exploring, I guess. Fuel capacity filled. Oh, and I can do this to like get different things. Okay, so I probably just want this. So that gets me all the fuel I need. Probably just source supplies because I need that for food. I mean, I don't need to. I already ate the ship. Okay, well, I have 2 1s, so that's probably not good to, keep trying. How do I... Oh, right, end cycle. And then that ends the day, and then I get a new set of dice, right? Yeah. We're in trouble, sleeper. Seraphin leans into the bunks as you're getting up. Without further explanation, he disappears down the corridor towards the rear of the ship. You drift out into the passage, pulling on your clothes, and glide down the length of the rig. Cool air makes you shiver. Seraphin is a silhouette silently leading the way. He stops at the far end, diverting through a side door, shooting you a glance as he does. You find Seraphin inside, holding one of the tangle of arm-thick tubes that are waving in the 0G engine room. You know what these are? No, tell me. These are the engine's feed lines. He waves one in the air. And before you ask, no, they aren't supposed to be waggling loose. What happened? These must have broken loose when we pushed the ship hard on our way out of Darkside. He looks at the mess. We're lucky. The reserve tank is empty. Otherwise, he shakes his head. It would have been bad. But no feed from the reserve tank means that the rig's range is limited to the local region only. He thumps the large, lumpian housing of the engine. This thing can't take us anywhere far. So we fix it. That's the short of it. Seraphin whacks the engine housing again, harder this time. Just not been our run of luck. He turns and starts gathering the tangled feed lines, his frustration evident in the violence of his movements. You'll need a new set of these, that's for sure. He starts forcing them into a crate. So how about you try to track them down? I'll take a look at things here and see if I can figure out another fix for the reserve tank. He glances up from his work. From what I've heard on Hexport, Factory Row is the place to find ship fitters. Maybe you can do some recon while I sort this place out. It's on the other end of the station. Okay, I'll take a look. Seraphin keeps working. Wait. Seraphin pauses, seemingly unsure. There's something else. He drops the feed lines and they float, waving in the air like tubular seaweed. I've heard word that Lane's on the hunt. He frowns. A message went out everywhere in the local radius of Darkside. He's looking for us. And we can't leave. Exactly. Which is why we need those feed lines. I'm gonna try and work something out. Maybe I can improvise a solution. I don't know. He looks down. I'm no ship fitter. But while I do, you go hunting, see what you can turn up, okay? He smiles, a weak smile. Get going. You leave the engine room, the clanking sound of Seraphin's cleanup efforts echoing through the ship. Fuel feed lines, that's the next step. You take a deep breath and head out. You discovered a drive. I remember the drives from... Well, I can guarantee an 100% positive here, and that upgrades this, so let's get that. As you are gliding across the docking concourse, you hear a scuffle. The noise of raised voices cuts through the conversation, drifting out of the dockside shops. Glancing down an alley, you see a huddle of figures shouting back and forth. Oh, excuse me. You spot one man in the middle of the group, surrounded, pushing the others back as they grab at the bag slung over his shoulder. You don't like the way this looks, but then again, Seraphin told you to keep your head down. Well, better than the endure option, so let's try it. Neutral outcome, okay. You look around for something that could break up the fight, and see the thick cooling pipes running down the alleyway. You quickly try to understand the system and choose a valve to start spinning. As you do, the system begins to vent in sequence down the alley, violent jets randomly bursting into the air. There's a scramble in the alley, and you spot the figure who was being attacked drop down to the alley floor. Then your vision instantly fills with pale liquid as a jet of coolant jumps out nearby, missing you but sending you spinning in 0G. After a few moments, you manage to steady yourself. As you do, you see a clear alley, the assailants having fled, with one figure gliding towards you. I suppose you think that was clever. The man gives you a severe look. You like to break up fights, you didn't start. Belt's gonna eat you up. He shifts the large bags on his shoulder, weightless but unwieldy in 0G. I mean, how about some thanks? The man's eyebrows shoot up. You think I needed you back there? He tuts. You're the weirdest one I've met, that's for sure. You watch the man go, and then after a moment, he stops and turns back. He rubs his forehead, looking down as he does. What is your deal anyway? He sighs. Maybe you're new here, but Hexport is no place for do-gooders. You needed help. The man smiles. I don't think so. He shakes his head. Bunch of cowards, idiots too, getting beat up over some scrap. Look, let's not hang around, alright? The man pats his chest. I'm Femi. He unshoulders one of the bags and pushes it towards you. Make yourself useful. Let's head. You get the strap of the bag over your shoulder and follow him through the docks, gliding past the concourse towards the connecting bridges. He cuts down a side passage, looking back to check you're following. Then he stops at a docking bridge connecting to a dull green ship with yellow markers. You look out the viewing window at its odd catamaran-like shape, seemingly be built from two separate hulls welded together. Symbol crash, he says, and you assume that's the ship's name. Femi, you bringing in strays? A young woman, brightly dressed and stretching as she glides, drifts into the passage. She glances at you. No offense. Nia. Then he shakes his head. This one, he squeezes your shoulder, helped me fend off some Hexport scum while you were busy sunning yourself. Nia raises an eyebrow. I'm sure you could handle them, big bro. Brother. Big bro seems more appropriate for this kind of character. Her glib response hides the flash of concern that passes across her face. You can't tell if Femi noticed. Nia turns to you. Thanks. She smiles sweetly. And I am sorry for my brother. She shoots him a glance. Just in general. Nia. Femi murmurs. Enough now. He reaches over and takes the bag you were carrying. Fuck, why can't I stop yawning? Nia rolls her eyes at you, but stays silent. Factory row wouldn't take these. Femi hefts the bags. I'm gonna load them back up. Maybe we will find a use for them. He turns back to you. Thanks for the assist, Sleeper. He nods firmly. Not what I expected. He slaps the button from the bridge door and kicks off along the docking bridge on his way to the symbol crash. Nia looks at you with raised eyebrows. I hope my brother was joking, or did you really help him? I tried. Thank you. She looks back at the ship. My brother needs help more than he admits. It's okay. She pauses thinking, I want to ask you something. She takes a deep breath, then gives you a direct look. What is she building up to? Are you looking for a crew? She looks away. Sorry to be direct, but you seem like, well, if you're on Hexport, maybe you're with a crew. She stops herself. I mean, maybe your crew needs crew. Maybe you're looking? I am. She struggles to hide her smile. Nia looks back at the ship, then at you. Look, I'll be honest, being on a crew with my brother's nice, but he is suffocating me. She frowns at her own bluntness. I'm not a kid anymore, you know? But he still sees me like one. She shrugs. I want to show him I can handle myself. I need experience. I need to run some contracts. She gives you a determined look. What do you say? I'll think about it. I'm a good salvager, alright? You can use me. I can spot things, find gaps, ways in. She folds her arms across her chest. I know what I'm doing. Femi taught me well. Just consider it, alright? Let me prove myself. Suddenly a shout comes from the ship, echoing down the passage. Femi. He makes both of you nervous. Nia looks in his direction. I should go. She pushes off towards the docking bridge. I'll be waiting. He gives you one last glance as she departs, then disappears into the docking bridge, leaving you alone in the passage. Gambling. Oh, I have a -2 to that? Like, so even with this, it's like... yeah, maybe we, hold off on that one. Well, I got nothing else to really try, which is annoying. It's only a 3, so even if I had a 6, yeah, maybe I should just wait on that one. I can just do this, and at least a relatively positive action out of it. Now, as I recall, the amount of energy you have usually determines how good is your die for the next day. So I want to keep it capped as often as possible. That's all I can really do for today. Damn it. Didn't get us 3 ones? Jesus. That's fucking rough. guess I gotta just gamble on a die. Okay, neutral outcome isn't too bad. Oh, there's more I can... Oh, son of a bitch. No. Let's try this. -1 energy. Okay. Let's buy some more supplies. Let's stay at 15. And eat some more food. And the cycle. Maybe not get like 8 ones. That would be fantastic. Well, this is better. It's definitely better. Okay, so let's go over here. Should be alright. This one so that okay, cool. Factory Row howls as you glide through its cramped passages. Whatever its many bays and rooms once were, they now serve as containers for industry of every kind. Whirring manufactories, precisely engineer components with rapidly shifting arms, while scrappers hammer incessantly at bent ship plates. Everywhere you look, there is energy and activity, and for good reason. Hexport itself is built on the derelict fragments of a solar reflector, and even the small amount of energy generated by its remaining mirrors is enough to power a city of machines. It's familiar to you, of course, in a strange, far-off way because of Darkside. That place and your memories of it are a muddy haze, but it is hard to forget the glint of its hexagonal reflectors, 10 or 20 times more in number than Hexport's, and that wild, flickering city growing on their back like a tumor. In comparison, Hexport feels provincial. Provincial? It's like province, right? So provincial, I guess. But deep in Factory Row, you could almost be in Darkside. And then you see them. Tubes, just like those Seraphim and had waved in your face. The feed lines. You push over to the display window of the unit marked Karsten Supply in block capitals cut from hull plate. There amongst an angled shelf of oversized ship components sit the feed lines, like some large biomechanical tangle of snakes. You slip inside where the sound of Factory Row is a little screened, and spot a large figure working at a bench, hunched over, concentrating. It seems he doesn't notice you enter. Wait patiently. You let him work, watching as, despite his heavy build, he delicately aligns the components, their layers slotting like puzzle pieces. After a few moments of observing the process, he turns his head a little toward you. Can I help you? His accent is heavy, but unknown to you. Those feed lines, how much? There's a sharp clink as Karsten places his tools and the component against a magnetic plate on the wall. He turns with surprising grace and begins cleaning his hands on a cloth. Those sharp eyes scan you, but Karsten's thick-set features do not betray the results of his assessment. Custom built those, for a client that never collected. He looks at his hands while he speaks, checking for stray oil stains. You have one of the old MEVs, then? He sounds out the letters in a way you don't recognize as he speaks. You try to recall anything you know about your ship. The memories elude you. Perhaps Seraphim should have come along. I think so? Karsten squints a little. Right. Look. Karsten drifts over to where you were standing, his opposing height evident. For a fellow enthusiast like you, he continues in a distinctive monotone. Let's say a few hundred cryo on clean chits. He shoots a glance at the feed lines. 400, let's say, to be precise. I don't have 400. Karsten looks you up and down and sniffs. It's expensive, I know. It's a shame, but it's just what they're worth. He screws up his mouth a little into something that might be a smile. However, I'm more of the bartering type myself anyway. Barter sounds good. Arson nods sagely. There's a little favor I need a crew for, and well, you look like you might be a good fit. He tucks the cloth away in a pocket and clasps his hands. I know of an old Solheim wreck out there. Very old, pre-collapse. It's tucked away in a dead zone, so no one has ever really cut it. He shrugs. Not only that, but Solheim derelicts have a habit of triggering nasty security protocols when it's approached by an unfamiliar ship, so it's been left well alone. But a salvager like you, with an old Solheim rig, I bet it wouldn't even flinch if it saw you coming. He smiles. I have a special interest and need for that old tech. All those Solheim ships had a data core, and while I don't care about the accounting reports or material ledgers or whatever they kept on the damn thing, I do care about the hardware. So if I was to find you back here with that data core in your cargo hold, clean cut and complete, well then, I could see my way to doing a straight barter for those feed lines. Karsten pauses, sniffs at the air again. You just need the coordinates. Why do you want it? Special interest. You wait for more, but his flat expression tells you it isn't coming. So, you interested? Glances back at the workbench. Because I'm a busy man. I'll do it. Alright then. He holds out a heavy hand for you to shake, and as you automatically reach out, he grabs your forearm instead. Karsten pulls you closer, squeezing your arm. Let's keep this one between us, alright? He half smiles, his face huge and close. It's our deal. Before you can respond, he thumbs a little drive in your palm. Those coordinates. And then he lets go of your arm with what you swear is a wink. You take a moment to gather yourself, and by the time you do, a whirring fills the air, Karsten having returned to his workbench. You turn and glide out of Karsten's supply with a growing mix of anxiety and excitement in the pit of your stomach, and the cacophony of factory row in your ears. A contract. Seraphim he'd even be impressed. You look at the drive in your palm and smile. This could be a route out. You think of leaving this place behind, in possession of an improved ship, too. Suddenly, a small but firm hand falls on your back, an equally small voice coming with it. Hey, wait up! You turn in the passage to see a young woman, her hair waving from the rapid glide she clearly just came out of to catch you. She steadies herself using your shoulder. Sorry. She smiles, a quick and flat smile. Wanted to catch you. I'm Junie. Her dark eyes flick around nervously. You notice the portable terminal she carries, something data scrapers call a deck, and her backpack full of components and trailing wire. What's up? Karsten. She still catching her breath. He sent me to grab you. She smiles that flat smile again. Wants me to come with you on that job. Her eyes shoot down to the drive in the palm of your hand, and she smiles again. That sounds like bullshit. Why didn't he tell me? She glances back towards Karsten's. I guess he forgot? He does that sometimes. She looks sheepishly at you. He just grabbed me after you two were done talking, so Karsten's always sending me on things like this. I guess he wants me to help you out. Keep an eye on things. I can be pretty helpful. So she looks around the passage. Should I meet you at your ship and you can tell me when you're ready to go? I feel like this is very sus to just take this. I'm not sure. Looks nervous. Sure, I mean, you're sure when you're leaving? Yeah. Oh, that's okay. I can wait. She pauses. It's okay. Junie pushes off and waves, looking forward to working with you. Looking forward to working with you. She calls back as an afterthought. What about the ship? Oh, I'll find it. She calls back and then disappears down the passage. You watch her go, glad of the contract, but nervous too. Will Karsten keep up his side of the bargain if you deliver? I don't know about this, sleeper. Seraphin looks nervously out of the rig's window as you finish explaining Karsten's deal, as well as Junie's offer to help. If this job was easy, Karsten would have done it himself already. That means there's a catch. He frowns at the stars. And there's definitely something going on with this Junie girl. He shakes his head. I mean, sure, but what choice do we have? What if we could get the cryo together to buy the feed lines? Is that even possible? I found a contract board in the exchange, further in station. He gestures towards Hexport. We take on a job that might get us some of the way towards buying those feed lines. Plus, even if we do want to take Karsten's job, a bit of money to get ourselves prepared wouldn't be a bad idea. Fill up on fuel, supplies, be ready for whatever comes. Do we have time? Probably not, but without cryo for fuel and supplies, we aren't going anywhere. Seraphin sighs. Just take a look at the contract board, see what you think. While you're at it, you might want to see if you can scare up some freelance crews too. Many hands make light work and all that. Or we stop messing around, we take Karsten's job right now and get it done before he can think twice. Seems like a whole set of bad options to me. Either way, I've still got work to do on the drive. Seraphin nods a farewell, heading back to the engine room. Let me know what you decide. For a moment, you pause, letting the haze of plans and ideas settle in your mind. Suddenly you curl up, pain shooting along your spine. You grit your teeth, your muscles locked tight. Your vision narrows as you squeeze your eyes shut. You feel a shift, as if some connection has broken. It's almost impossible to describe. Like you were floating away from your body, dispersing, dissolving. There is nothing familiar in the pain, nothing to hold on to. You grit your teeth. And then another shift comes, and you are back in your body, trembling against the metal wall of the passage. The pain slowly fades, becoming a pulsing throb, and then a residual flicker. You flex in 0G, stretching out the tension. There's a strange sensation of distance that persists beyond the pain. A disconnection between your body and yourself. A flickering numbness that refuses to recede. You wonder if the reboot has done something to your body, or if this is some new sensation you will have to live with indefinitely. It strikes you that you know so little about the body that houses you. It could be moments away from collapse, or it might persevere for countless cycles like this. You try to shake off the feeling, pushing your hands against each other until they feel like they are yours again. Time is the only thing you need, and right now it feels like it's running out fast. You head for the airlock. You have work to do. I got an upgrade point. Can I do anything with that? No. Fick. It's 3 fuel to get there. Dangerous. Oh, interesting. This is cool. So you can actually like go out to other places and whatnot. Before you were just stuck on the ship. Let's see what's on the contract board. This is realistically, I probably just want to buy the feed lines. Okay, but we can end the cycle. I don't know if I need dice or anything for that. Okay, and these are decent dice. Let's go to the map. Risky. Well, so if this is 200 cryo, that's probably not too bad. Do that first. We can have confirm. It's a drone. Seraphin spots the signal source first, the light barely shimmering off its dark hull plating. A design and trait that betrays its covert use. A flash catches your attention, and you see a rent in the hull, through which red lights pulse. Wounded, Seraphin shakes his head. Wish they'd finished the job. You've seen one before? Seraphin looks back over his shoulder towards you. We've seen one before, don't you? Sorry, I know it isn't your fault. He looks at the drone. Lane had us work on one in a dark side bay, though it was barely a shell, disarmed and deactivated. He had us searching through its guts for salvage. Even that one gave me the creeps, and it had its core ripped out. He pushes the ship closer. This one is still live. Conway. Kisses her teeth. Corporate scum. Glance over at her and see the fire in her bright eyes. They don't even dare to come here and force us out themselves. It's all proxies and drones. She shakes her head. Typical core-bred cowards. Run into them before? You might say that. She looks out at the drone. You won't see me taking my eyes off that thing for a second. Seraphin carefully guides the ship closer. You watch the drone. The system is full of these things now, running missions for their operators. Rare to see one in the belt, though. Maybe got hit during a run-in with Senate stack mercs. Jesus. It looks like it's drifting. Most of the system's blown out, but look there. She jabs a finger. Whoa, God, that was way louder than I thought it would be. It's still broadcasting and maybe even receiving. Can it attack us? Unlikely. It would have blasted us already if it could. Comforting. He looks nervous. Seraphin brings you ever closer. What I remember from the dark side job is that the central core and the broadcast array need to be shut off to kill these things. Core will turn off local systems, and the broadcast array will sever the link with the Conway operators. Seraphin swallows. but you can bet those systems are protected. Can we blow it up? Use any torpedoes on this rig, Sleeper? We've got to shut it down by hand. Your attention is suddenly drawn by a shudder from the drone, like a tremor running along its length. This thing is rigged to blow, Sleeper, he frowns. We go slow and careful, and we don't touch anything we don't know about. Turns back to Nia. You hear that? I got you. She looks sincere. Seraphin brings the rig to a stop, close enough for you to cross through open space to reach the drone's hull. Let's suit up. Excuse me. You head down to the airlock to prepare. As you get suited up, you think of the corporate war taking place in the inner system, the war that this drone was driven from. Out here on the shore of the conflict, the biggest danger is that this flotsam and jetsam drifting in with the tides and orbits of the system might, one cycle, bring the war with it. For now, the belt is outside of its reach, but looking at that red pulsing drone, that doesn't give you much comfort. Welcome to your first contract. While on contract, you'll be able to assign 2 dice for each crew member as you would assign your own dice. Pay attention to the crew's skills to use them effectively. On certain outcomes, crew will take crew stress. When their stress is full, you will no longer be able to use them to perform actions. While on a contract, your energy bar will automatically be supplied for each cycle that you have available supplies. When your supplies are depleted, both you and your crew will take 1 stress per cycle. Contracts also have their own contract stress. When this bar is filled, the contract will fail. Good luck. Okay. So I click here. Got it. Slip through the gap of the drone's hull, but yeah, okay, so let's try this. Okay, positive outcome. Great. About here. They both suck at it. But I do have a crazy amount of really good dice right now. So stress makes it so your dice get worse. I see. Key advantage. How do I use the push? Terrible at both of these options, Jesus. Okay, so let's try this. Excellent. Okay. It took a bit of stress, but looks like we're fine. Hear the bleeping immediately. Among the chambers and cabling of the drone's interior, something has started counting down. Guys? His voice comes hissing through the suit's comm channel. Does anyone else hear that? Because I'm getting nervous. Shit. Seraphin's voice joins her. This is what I was worried about. Are we screwed? I can't be sure. Seraphin has dropped his voice to a whisper, as if that might make a difference. Either this thing is about to send out a distress call, or it's about to blow. We've got to shut this system down fast. He pauses. Then we move on to the other side, because I bet you there's a surprise waiting for us there, too. We good? Nia sounds tense. Am I heading back to the ship or what? Seraphin cuts in. We're good. We keep going. He shuts off the channel. You take a moment in the silence. Alright, time to deal with this fast, then get over to the other side before something happens. Unfortunately, I am completely out of fucking dice. So I think we have to end the day. Should be able to get out of here. 6. It's at 100% positive. 5 is also really good. Okay. Wait, so now what? Oh, do I have to do this part? Yet. Oh, I really underprepared for this. Oh no. Now comes the problem of we need... Ugh, God, okay. Okay, so we should be good. Jesus, I got very lucky. Okay, so that should disable it. The thrumming, pulsing interior of the drone goes still for the first time since you boarded it. You look across at Seraphin and Nia and share a smile. You all exhale so loudly it can be heard over the suit's shared comm channel. The drone is dead. One less piece of Conway shit to worry about, Nia grins. We killed it. Don't get too excited. Seraphin cuts in. It was looking pretty rough when we got here. You make your way back out to the hull, the drone now faintly rolling in one direction, its stabilizers offline. It catches up with you as you glide towards the rig. We make a pretty good crew, Sleeper. We do. He grins widely. She punches you on the arm playfully. You reach the rig's airlock and take one last look at the drone's dark hull. It catches the light as it rolls into the vacuum. At some point in the near future, this drone will likely be smashed to pieces by one of the many asteroids of the belt, spread across this place as twinkling dust. The thought pleases you, as does the thought of all the cryo hexport now owes you. Time to collect. Okay. Get the contract. After docking in hexport, Seraphin lets go of the controls and leans back in his chair. Nia leans over to you. Thank you, Sleeper. I know you took a chance on me. Thanks for helping. Nia smiles an infectious smile. Feels good to make a contract work. Seraphin smiles. No matter how we pull it off. It's hard not to agree, and it feels better when the hexport courier comes with a lockbox full of chits. Lane may still be hunting you, but this should help the effort to slip his net. Suddenly you hear a familiar voice. Nia! Femi glides into view, approaching from the docks. He fixes you with a stare. What are you playing at, Sleeper? Nia wanted to come. You go to speak, but Nia drifts forward, cutting you off. Don't come throwing your weight around, Femi. I can make my own decisions. She glances back at you. Sleeper took me at my word, and I'm grateful. Femi is fuming. Did they now? Turns to you. Well, if you were working for Sleeper, I hope they paid you well. Nia looks away. Well, I asked, so... Oh, so they aren't paying you. Seraphin crosses his arms. Let's keep this civil. You realize it's the first time he is meeting Femi. If we are being civil, seems like Nia is owed her share. Femi fixes you with a severe look. I mean, yeah, sure. You grab around a quarter of the chits from the lockbox and hold them out to Nia. She takes them sheepishly. Alright then, we're good here. He turns to leave. Nia mouths sorry and follows Femi across the docks. Seraphin watches them go. You sure know how to pick 'em, Sleeper. He shakes his head. He turns away and heads back along the docking bridge. I just hope we aren't going to end up a stack of cryo short when we need to get out of here. Probably better to do that, because if I'm getting a +3 to my lowest die, like, because the whole point is to just get a positive outcome, and if I can make that a positive/neutral outcome, then I make it even easier to do. Alright, well, first things first, I need to stock the fuck up on materials. Let's see, was there anything else to do on the ship? Contract board's done. I'm not going to want to leave until tomorrow when I can get well, actually So today we can just burn our dyes. Where to do so? Okay, I got me some money, which is good. So in this cycle, 2 4s and a 6, not too bad. All right. Let's get this other contract done with while we still have time. Oh, it changes your dice. Oh, well, those are way better anyway. The Solheim derelict fills the cockpit windows, all twisted plates and skeletal strut work. You watched it in horror and fascination as Seraphim completed the approach, both of you silent in the presence of this decaying beast. Now as you settle beside it, Seraphim is the first to break the silence. This thing is already dead. He shakes his head. It's a corpse, sleeper. He nudges the ship closer, looking for a place to dock. I touched this thing too hard. It'll crumble into dust. Let's not do that. Seraphim does a little mocking salute. Aye, aye. He rolls his eyes. Any other tips? Take us up there. That's the bridge. Junie points towards one end of the ship, and both you and Seraphim turn around, having forgotten she was even in the cockpit. She hasn't said a word since you departed. She glances at both of your bemused faces. What? She looks away. Sorry, that's where we need to go. She stops pointing. Seraphim nods towards Junie. She's not wrong, Sleeper. The bridge would be a good start. Assess the wreck first, then. Junie settles silently back into her seat. She looks away out of the cockpit, and you aren't sure if she's upset or just embarrassed. Carefully, Seraphim brings the ship close to the derelict and guides it along the hull. The rig's lights ripple over the broken structure, finding gaps and cracks everywhere. It seems remarkable that the derelict is still held together. Shit. Seraphim hisses as a huge spinning piece of debris drifts in front of the cockpit. He pushes the rig down beneath it, squeezing between the debris and the hull, and as he does so, an ear-splitting screech signals the rig scraping across the derelict's skin. You freeze for a moment, waiting for the breach sirens to sound, but the moment passes and you relax. You glance at Seraphim. His face betrays no emotion. This isn't safe, Seraphim shakes his head. I'm going to find somewhere better to settle the ship. Then we need to suit up and work our way along the hull on foot. You look back at Junie and see her still in her seat, eyes wide. You okay? Junie looks at you. And there is a sudden, unfamiliar hardness in her eyes that surprises you. Then a moment later, it is gone and her gaze softens. I'm okay. She smiles, a flat smile. Don't worry. Seraphim brings the ship away from the derelict's hull, an inch at a time, then slowly brings it round to settle close to a mostly intact hull plate. This section is fairly free of debris. He nudges the ship a little closer. We should be good to hold here. Seraphim unclips from his seat, and you and Junie follow suit. As you all glide down towards the airlock, Junie silently follows. You can't help but feel judged. As you reach the airlock, Seraphim begins suiting up. If we're lucky, that little collision hasn't started a cascade that will end with this place coming apart under our feet. Seraphim violently kicks his legs into a set of EVA trousers, clearly irritated by his own carelessness. It wasn't your fault. Seraphim shoots you a look. Fault isn't going to matter when we are floating off into the black. This is a delicate job, Junie says quietly, almost to herself. The data core will be fragile. She casts a furtive glance in the direction of you and Seraphim. Very fragile. Understood. Junie nods appreciatively. The rest of the preparation process takes place in tense silence, each of you considering the delicate job ahead. You suit up too. Though you don't need a helmet to breathe, you slide one on and lock the seal for protection. This wreck isn't going to give up its salvage easy. The core should be near the bridge, maybe even inside it, but there's a lot of wreck here, and there might be good salvage tucked away in the cargo hold. Once the suits are on and the seals are checked, you cycle the lock and stare out at the vast expanse of the twisted hulk before you. Time to go to work. Jesus, there's a lot of shit that can go wrong on this, I guess. Okay, well, this looks like it's a job for me. Let's try it. One Chrysov active plus 1 per cycle. Okay. The bridge of the derelict lies silent. The pale beams of your suit lamps catch rows of terminals and clouds of glittering dust. Wires wave like seaweed, and the whole scene appears as if underwater. Chaotic, but still. Junie glides past you, disturbing the dust and taking you by surprise as she does. She has been a stoic presence so far, but in this moment, she seems drawn forward by some force of curiosity. You watch as she bats away debris and begins checking terminals. She's already prying an access panel off of one or more of the intact terminals, and as she does, puffs of rust color the vacuum around her red approach her. She turns back to the terminal and finishes prying off the plate. Then quickly she reaches inside, fishing around for something. Her hand comes back out with a waving cable topped with a thick connector. As soon as she sees it, she slips a keyboard-sized deck out from somewhere on her person. She runs her hand across the back until she finds the right port and slots in the connector. All of this happens in a few seconds, the routine practiced and precise. It is hard not to be impressed. Not your first Solheim ship? She glances at you, a nervous look on her face. Does she think you are accusing her of something? She shakes her head and goes back to work. Junie's fingers dance across the deck's keyboard, and a burst of static lights up the Solheim terminal screen. A sunburst of light and color takes you by surprise. Junie's fingers tap away, the terminal's screen flashing with blocks of color and lines of code. It buzzes and vibrates, its long-dead systems forced back into chaotic life. Then, all at once, it goes dark, the terminal is dead. Shit. Junie hisses beneath her breath. Useless. Cannot tell if the insult is directed at the terminal or herself. Find anything? She looks up at you as if she was just waking from a dream. No. She pauses. Nothing useful. She protectively slides her deck away. The cradle with the data core can't be far. She pushes off from the terminal, gliding away from you. I'll start looking, she calls back and heads to the other side of the bridge. Seraphim glides up beside you. Everything alright? what do you think of Junie? The kid? Seraphin shrugs. You'd know better than me. Keeps to herself. He squints at her retreating form. Seraphin stretches in his suit. I have to admit, it's nice to be back working, especially now that we are the ones who will reap the benefits. He claps you on the shoulder. Feels good to be taking our fate into our own hands. I know it's pretty rough there, back on the Hexport. And out here, we're just as likely to get shredded by debris as find the damn data core. But aren't you glad we made a break for it? Pauses and looks down, having asked the question almost by accident. I mean, I am. I just don't want to speak for you. I'm glad too. Seraphin smiles. You better be. I didn't give up that little dark side cupboard I was living in for nothing. He laughs at his own joke. Look. Seraphin checks his suit's wrist seals. Once we've got a bit of space behind us, once we've got on the distance, if we even manage to get that far, he furrows his brow. Don't feel you owe me. I'm no charity case. You want us to go our separate ways? Fine by me. He meets your eyes. Just do me the favor of telling me to my face. I will. Seraphin nods, but he doesn't respond. After a moment, he shines his torch into the dark, checking the row of terminals all across the bridge. You watch the glittering dust as it eddies in the beam. Let's get to it. You watch as he crosses the bridge, his torch probing the dark corners. You feel a chill run through your body as you imagine the people that once ran this ship, the Solheim crew, surely long dead. What was it like here before the collapse, when the system was the jewel in Solheim's crown? It's impossible to know. That history is lost to you now. All you can do is pick what you can from the ruins. Jesus. Okay. Oh, fuck. Great, we're terrible at this. That's awesome. Nobody's good at this either. Jesus Christ. Apparently somehow made the worst crew of all time. Let's do this. Okay. Gotta end the cycle. You got 2 5s, 2 3s, and a 1. Shit, that is unfortunate. So this, the only one who's decent is okay. I'm still just like I'm bad at it. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. I can find something better to use my 5s on. Okay, I'm neutral on these, so that's decent. She rolled total garbage. Is what? Yeah, no, you need a 5 or 6 to get a... even if I could get one of these... Fuck, that sucks. Okay, so... end cycle. And he rolled terrible this time. So I could do this for a gamble. I'll try it. Okay, that's good. And 6s turn down to 4s. Man. No, I'd rather not. At least a 6. Like a 5 will turn into a 4. Okay. Bad at both of these. I at least have a neutral option. This. I was good at this. So I could turn that into a 4. And I'm neutral, so. I think we gambled this one away. Shit. Alright. Okay, good. Whew. So that's that crisis dealt with. So, at least not at the next active crisis. I have 3 supplies left. Okay. And then 3. That's worth a shot. Nice. Okay. Good. And that's really the best we can do because the fucking snake eye here is not gonna help me. Oh god, those are terrible rolls. Like, pretty much all across the board. Jesus. Shit. Now let's start here. Okay, good. This out here. You got a stress from that, that's not great. Seriously? Okay. Okay. This is negative neutral, right? Yeah, that's not good enough for anything. Okay, so I have like one last day. I need 3 there. Okay. And cycle. Let's see some good dice. Oh, those are decent. Oh, and those are really good rolls for my crewmates. Okay. Do I want to use her dice there or here? Well, his 6 will not really have another use, so I can just drop that in here. And then I should be able to just use the 4, or I can use the other 5 if I absolutely need to. So let's check the storage. Okay. This will be an 100% positive. Open that up. That seems like the kind of thing we do once everything else is achieved. So let's... yeah. Let's just not risk it. Seriously? Can I get a positive outcome, please? Nope. Fucking flipped 3 coins and managed to shit on all 3 of them. Fucking fantastic. Damn it. Alright, let's throw this here, see what we get. Great. That's just what we needed. Well, this is last day that I have before. I didn't realize it broke the dice. Oh, well, fuck me then. That's just lovely. Okay, well. Do this for guaranteed good. Alright. This is guaranteed. Alright, and then we can just do this one. And that should extract the data core. You watch nervously as Junie guides the core out of the cradle, a large ball almost half your height in diameter. It glides up out of the framework that's held it, connections waving loose and cut. A breathing comes through the suit's comms, loud enough to be picked up, and it fills you with tense energy as you watch. Over the course of this job, you have seen Junie both focused and distracted, nervous and precise, but you have not seen her any more confident than in this moment now. She floats beside the data core, handling it with care and skill as if it was the vast egg of some endangered bird. She glances up and sees you watching her, and you notice something unfamiliar in her eyes, something that you have perhaps seen in a passing moment before, but only now it is no momentary lapse or change. It is set in place. You see determination. She guides the core a little away from you with one hand, and at the same time comes forward, almost placing herself between you and her prize. And it does seem to be hers in the way she handles it, the possessive way she screens it with her body. We need to talk. The statement comes flat and deadpan, any nervous tremble gone. right now. What are you doing? Sleeper? I want to be honest with you, but I need to know you won't take this from me. Junie glances around the cradle defensively, but Seraphim is already heading back to the ship to prepare the cargo bay for the core storage. You two are alone. I won't. She looks at you hard, trying to read your expression. Karsten doesn't deserve this treasure, Sleeper. Of fucking course. So, yeah, double cross. Junie glances over her shoulder at the core. Do you know how many of these are left intact? She shakes her head, and all he wants to do is wipe it clean so he can use it to interface with Hexport. All that data, gone. So what do you want? I want to extract the data, to make use of it. You see some genuine emotion flicker in her eyes. She sighs. After extracting the data, the core will be unusable. There's a security system that will fry it if data duplication is attempted. I can delay the security response long enough to copy the data, but after that... You've done this before. She looks down. Yes. She meets your eye. This is why I came. Look at this place, Sleeper. She gestures to the cradle room. A dark and twisted cavern of long dead tech. How many of these places are left? How many chances do we have to recover anything this old, this fragile? Like it or not, we live in Solheim's shadow, in their ruins, and yet we know almost nothing. What chance do we have of understanding how we got here when others like them, like Senetstat and Conway, are descending on this system? What can we learn from the core? I don't know, Sleeper. That is the point. She gestures around herself. We could learn our history and how this system was settled. We could better learn the technology we build our lives on. We could uncover Solheim's crimes and seek to make amends. She looks at you with pleading eyes. We could see beyond survival towards something else. You've never heard Junie speak like this, and you realize what you have taken for nervousness was actually control. This, the person in front of you defending a decaying data core with their life, is the real Junie. Ooh. Ugh. But then you think of Lane, of the price he likely put on your and Seraphim's heads, and of the feed lines, without which leaving Hexport will be almost impossible. Is this even a choice? Yeah, explain the feed line issue. Junie listens carefully as you tell her about the deal with Karsten. The feed lines he offered you, and that both you and Seraphim are on the run. Then I'll help you. Junie doesn't flinch. We find another way to get those feed lines. Karsten is an idiot. I can hack his security and you can pull them out of there, or... Seraphim looks tough. Maybe he can grab them? She looks desperate. We can do it. We can do something. Oh, boy. That's a gamble. Don't you work for him? Look, I knew you wouldn't take me if... She sighs. I might have misled you there. I knew he knew where the derelict was, and I heard your conversation. I've been keeping an eye on him. I know I lied, but I can help you. Let me strip the data from the core, and I promise to help you get the feed lines. She meets your eyes with intensity. It's a lot of information to take in at once. You need a second to think about. Fine. Thank you. Junie looks genuinely moved. This is a gift to all of us, Sleeper. I hope you will see it like that. Junie turns to the data core, quickly gathering one of its loose connections. She takes out her deck and plugs it in, then crosses her legs and places it across them, floating tethered beside the core. Her fingers begin tapping at the keyboard, teasing out the core's data and whatever Solheim secrets it might contain. She does. Seraphim enters. He braces himself in the entryway. What's she doing? Junie doesn't seem to notice. Emptying the data. She's doing what? Seraphim jumps to attention, but you put a hand on his shoulder. He eyes you suspiciously. I hope you know what you're doing, Sleeper. That's our ticket out of Hexport. Junie will help us. If you say so. You both turn to watch Junie stripping the core of its secrets. A little while later, once the core has been emptied out and its defense mechanism has scorched its seams black, you watch the metallic sphere spinning gently in the room and wonder if you have just made a terrible mistake. Let's see. Wait, that was a choice. Lovely. Okay, so I just did some damage to the ship. Lovely. So is this dice just gone forever? What the fuck? That's so ass. As you arrive into Hexport, Junie speaks up from the back of the cockpit. We're going to have to act fast if we want to take those feed lines. You and Seraphim exchange glances. You were both still getting used to this new Junie. We? Seraphim raises an eyebrow. Only one of us fried the core and stole all its data. He shoots you a look. And for some reason, we let you. We can make this work. What I'm wondering, Sleeper, is why we have to. Seraphim looks infuriated. I don't think Karsten is going to take kindly to the idea that we brought someone pretending to work for him on the job and let her have his prize. He scoffs. He points at Junie like she's an object. Do you even know what she's up to? Junie looks between the two of you. Hexport hasn't exactly been kind to me. You two trusted me, even though I didn't deserve it. I'm not used to that. I want to repay it. Not to mention that Karsten is probably ripping you off. Even if you get cryo, what's to say he won't raise the price? Trust me, he's no good. I was trying to deal with Karsten to get those derelict coordinates from the moment I arrived here, and he ran me in circles. She shakes her head. Seraphim is watching her closely. Even if I take you at your word, which given everything seems a little tough, how do we even do this? He raises an eyebrow. You're telling me we just drift in there and take the feed lines? Look, I get it. You don't trust me, she pauses. But what if I have a vested interest in this working out? There's nothing left for me here, and I don't much feel like hanging around waiting for Karsten to figure out my involvement in all this. I need safe passage. You need the feed lines to grant it. She allows herself to smile. See where I'm going with this? Seraphim sighs. I don't like it, but it makes sense. What do you think, Sleeper? We all get something. Exactly, Junie smiles. Let me prepare. I'll head to Factory Row, scope the place out. Meet me there and we can work out a plan. She glances between the two of you. Trust me, we can find a way. Keep it simple, clean. Let's get to it. Okay then, Junie smiles. Trust me, this is going to work. I'll go scope out the bay we need in Factory Row. We should split up, less likely for Karsten to suspect us. Meet me there in a few and we can finish setting up. Junie unclips from her seat, floating. I want to show you I can be trusted, that we can do this. She looks between the two of you. Believe that, please. And with that, she slips away down the passage towards the airlock and Hexport beyond. You look at Seraphim. I'm saying nothing, Sleeper. He unclips from his seat too. Either this is the kind of mess you have to go through to get out the other side, or it's the kind that you never escape. Either way, we are in it now. He leaves the cockpit. You stare at the chaotic lights of Hexport and wonder if anything in the Starward belt ever runs smoothly. Seraphim wakes you gently. Sleeper, we're out of time. He checks the door to the bunks and you hear a faint banging in the corridor beyond. He turns back and meets your eye. They're here. We have to go. Quiet. Why do you think I'm waking you up? They've locked the ship into the station, Seraphin grimaces. We can't release the docking bridge. Our credentials are being refused. We're trapped. A sudden banging echoes through the ship. Seraphin looks away towards the source of the sound. I don't know if they know we're here, but they certainly want to get in. He shakes his head. I reckon we have minutes before they get out with the cutting torch. What do we do? Feed lines are a bust. They aren't going to happen now. Our best chance is to burn out of here as fast as we can and hope our drift takes us to a station when we run out of fuel. At least we might live a few more cycles before we starve. Problem is, we need to release the lock Hexport has on us, otherwise we aren't going anywhere. Seraphin looks down, and I need to pilot the ship, so what I'm saying is, I have to release the lock. Exactly. I'm sorry, Sleeper. He gives you a dark look. There are some big manual release levers inside the docking bridge itself, but to get them, you're going to have to go out through the airlock. And once you do that, you'll need to get back in as the docking bridge releases, he grimaces. If you mess it up, you're likely to be sent spinning into the black. I can do it. You nod. There's nothing else to be said. Time is up, and this is what it has come down to. I'll be at the controls waiting. Seraphin gives you a nervous look. The moment you're back in the airlock, I'll burn hard. So, when I left, it still keeps track of how much time you have remaining? Like, I mean, that makes sense, sure. But I wish it would have shown on the ship to give me, like, you know, an understanding that it's like, oh, I have this few amount of days left, because then I wouldn't have fucked around on the derelict so long. Oh, well. He clasps you by both your shoulders and looks you in the eye. Then, without saying anything, he releases you and glides out of the room. You drift down to the airlock, as quickly and as quietly as you can, slipping into a suit for protection. At least you think as you secure the seals, you don't need to breathe. The banging subsides and you hope the hunters have left. Even though you know this is only the quiet before the storm. You take a moment, waiting inside the airlock as it cycles. The second the exterior door begins to open, you go. As you dash out the airlock, the scene in front of you appears as if in slow motion. You see two figures in a little way down the docking bridge, wearing dark spacesuits, a canister being carried between them. Meanwhile, floating between you and them is a heavy-duty cutting torch, knocked spinning by the opening airlock door. You see the release levers in yellow hazard stripe just beyond the hunters. You know you're lucky, and you know you only have a moment to make your move. Cut the bridge. Okay, great. You change the plan, ignoring the levers and instead reaching out for the heavy-duty torch. Your hands grasp the handle, and in one swift move, you ignite it and run it along the edge of the bridge. The frame glows white-hot, releasing globular sparks in the air. You identify the weak spots in the structure and slice them, the bridge shifting violently in response. As it shudders and twists, the frame melting away, you feel the fizz of projectiles slicing through the air around you. The hunters are firing. A scream blocks out all sound, and you feel an urgent pull tugging you away from the ship. The tunnel bends sickeningly and then comes apart. You're close enough to the ship that you manage to kick back away from the twisting storm of debris that the tunnel becomes. You see the dark suits of the hunters among it, retreating towards the station side airlock. But as they do, a hail of projectiles slice across the void from their direction. You have no time to react. You are carried backward by the hunters' stun rounds, their impact shutting off whole sections of your frame. You spin towards the open airlock, your vision flashes with warnings, sigils, and you feel a distant throbbing pain. The final faint things you feel before you lose consciousness are the impact of your body against the interior wall of the airlock, the hiss of the cycling system, and the heavy weight of the ship in full burn. What the? Seraphin's quiet suggestion wakes you from your haze as the brig cuts across the belt. You try to move and feel a wave of flickering pain pass through your body. You flinch and steady your nerves. You find yourself strapped into a seat in the cockpit. Seraphin doesn't seem to have noticed you're awake. You open your mouth to speak, but no words come out. There is a crackle of noise that echoes throughout the ship's comms. Seraphin is glancing nervously at his console. Something has him spooked. Sleeper. The voice, as distorted as it is, cuts through you. Lane. I know you're there. A hissing pause. You're slipping away, a squawk of noise. But we can't have that. You don't understand why Seraphin isn't reacting to the sound of Lane's voice. Then you realize he can't hear it. The voice is in your head. I take this personally, Sleeper. A sharp intake of breath. After all my investment, all my care expended upon you, this is how you repay me. I see a little something glinting out there, Lane continues. Could that be you? You don't move. You don't breathe. All you hear is Lane's voice. Something shifts in you, a sudden impetus, a will to move that is not your own. You unclip from your restraint, drifting forward towards Seraphin. Seraphin looks over his shoulder and sees you. You're up. He looks surprised. Take it slow, all right? There's a transmission coming out of Hexport. Some kind of evac order. He turns back to his console. Let me check this. You keep moving forward. Something isn't right. You don't feel right. A numbness grows in your body, your fingers flexing without your input. You reach out towards Seraphin. No, not you. Something reaches out to Seraphin through you. He turns again to see you reaching for him, grasping at his neck. A tension flickers in his eyes. Fear. A hissing silence, then a rumbling blast. All at once the rig screams. System seizing in electromagnetic paralysis. All at once the rig shifts, carried on some shockwave of light. Pain, then darkness. Oh good, I've lost another die. Fuck me, I guess. Voices echo warmly through your mind. You can't quite make out what is being said. And any attempt to focus causes a growing flare of pain, so you let them fill the air. Unidentifiable and soft. You are floating, and so you cannot yet feel your body or its weight. The feeling is pleasant, soothing, and yet the moment you realize this, it begins to fade. Pain shoots through your system. A reminder of the terrible damage you have suffered. It is bright white hot for a moment, and then it is gone. Something spasms in your fingers and you flick it away. A sensation crosses the sole of your foot and you kick your leg. A weight settles itself in your chest. You are awake. You open your eyes to light playing across a surface patterned with stained cushioning. You are alone. The voice is replaced by the hum of air cycling, the distant clank of maintenance systems. You are alone and this is not your ship. You jerk upwards against the straps that hold you loosely to the berth, suddenly confronted with the last thing you remember, an overwhelming numbness, and below it, an insipid animating force creeping through your mind. You pull at the straps and free yourself, floating up into the small habitation room, cushioned and worn out, your mind racing. Where is this? You glance around, taking in the small room, with its knickknacks tucked behind webbing, its stained and worn storage units, its faded padding. This is someone's home. Cold light fills the room, and you float over to the dark square of the window. You see stars, the bright pinpricks of drive trails, and skeletal docking bridges. This is a station. A sudden hiss draws your attention to the door, which slides open with a puff of equalizing pressure. The entering figure jumps as they see you are awake. You're up. They hesitate in the doorway. Where's Seraphin? Your friend, right? They laugh nervously. I'm not really sure. He headed out a while ago. I'm Bliss, they shrug, not sure of what to add. Your friend, Seraphin, is out. Sorry, he brought you here. Here? Right, they nod slowly. This is my room. They glance around. Not much, I know. We are in my repair bay on the far spindle, if you know where that is. In the belt? Yeah. They smile sympathetically. In the belt. They look around at the room again. Come on. Let's go somewhere a little more comfortable. They hold out a hand. You're safe. Don't worry. You follow them out of the corridor, out into the corridor, gliding behind them. They move with the ease of someone who is either born in zero-G or has spent most of their life in it. They guide you to an enclosed balcony where heavily scratched, thick acrylic windows look out onto a chaotic looking wet dock. At the center of the dock is the rig, scratched and worn, but still your ship. It's a reassuring sight. Is she okay? She will be, when I'm done with her. Bliss sees you staring at the rig. Took some damage, but she's a hardy old thing. Your ship... Bliss paused. You were lucky I heard your distress signal. You sense they are holding something back. I guess that expensive long-range array I was tricked into buying finally paid off. They laughed to themselves. Well, at least for someone. You were out cold when I got there, and have been for all the cycles since. Your friend wasn't in great shape either, but he bounced back fast. I make a habit of doing that. Seraphine's voice makes you spin around. Good to see you up. He can't suppress his smile. Are you okay? He smiles. Don't start fussing over me, sleeper. I'm good. Your eyes fall to Seraphine's bandaged abdomen. He notices and pulls his jacket over the wound. Certainly looks better than when you came in. You should have seen. Bliss abruptly stops after Seraphine glares in their direction. Here. Seraphine pulls a few chits out of his pocket. Catch. He slings them over to Bliss. That's all I could get for now. Working in your condition? Seraphine sighs. Please, I'm fine. Bliss looks at you apologetically. I know what it looks like, but I'm sorry, I can't work for free. Keeping this place going is bad enough. I get it. Seraphine nods. We're just thankful you towed us in. We aren't freeloaders. Bliss looks between the two of you. I'll let you two catch up. They turn to you. I'm glad you're awake. We were worried. They pat you on the shoulder and glide back down the corridor. With Bliss gone, silence descends on you and Seraphine, both of you unsure what to say. What happened? What do you remember? He looks at you with concern. Lane. Seraphine grimaces at the mention of his name. Lane, he shakes his head. Seraphine looks out at the rig. He takes a breath, steeling himself for what he has to say. Hexport is... It's gone. What do you mean gone? It's gone. Gone. Seraphine catches you. Dropped off the map. No signals, apart from one sent from fleeing ships. He frowns. I don't know what happened. No one does. Your mind skips, unable to focus on the information you've just been told. You think of the constant activity of the bends, the rumble of the factory row, Karsten, gone. By the time Bliss reached us, we had drifted out of range. They couldn't have seen it go up, but I saw Sleeper. Something exploded. White hot. He rubs his arms, suppressing a shiver. A moment later, the shock wave was on us. The rig was crippled, engine kept firing, but guidance went offline, sending us arcing out across the belt. He drops a hand inside his jacket, pressing against the bandage on his side. I managed to get her under control, but not before we started spinning. My restraints came loose and you weren't even strapped in, so we both got scrambled. He smiles a weak smile. It felt like being trapped in an auto wash. He turns back to you. I'm impressed you made it, to be honest. A flesh and blood human would have been smashed to pieces. He goes silent, the image a little too raw for him to continue. I can't believe it. You and all the belt, Seraphine sighs. All anyone is seeing is debris and radiation. I picked up a lot of ship transponders before the rig went offline. Maybe some people got out. He stops, unable to add anything more. You both float in silence for a moment. Well, I guess we lost our tail. Seems like it. He looks away. At least that shockwave would have burned out our trail out of the belt for now. We already owe Bliss for the work they did on the rig. and it isn't finished yet. A few more cycles, I've been told. This won't hold us hostage, but I don't like to skip out without paying, even if we could get the rig started up. He rubs his necklace between his fingers. Bad karma. Beyond that, we need work, fuel, supplies, and we need to make sure you are okay. He counts off the issues on his fingers. After that, he shrugs. I haven't heard of anyone coming after us. And if they did, they have to come through Hexport, or what's left of it. He looks away. The far spindle is way out of Lane's territory anyway. They call this bit of the belt the Wash, and the stations here run differently to Darkside, so for now, we have some freedom. Freedom to go broke, starve, and get into even more trouble, that is. In all honesty, I was hoping you might have some ideas. Pats you on the shoulder. I want to explore the place. The far spindle? There's plenty to see. This is a free station. No one faction holds control, so it's quite the circus. Just watch your step out there. Seraphin pauses and stares down. Look, Sleeper. He rubs his side. I'm not sure I can work right now. I just got kicked out of a salvage yard for passing out on the job. Even with the pain meds, I've been able to scare up. I can fly, that's for sure. He stares obstinately at the rig. But you're gonna need some crew if you want to do any serious work. He chews his lips. I'm sorry. Don't be. Thanks, Sleeper. He turns away. I'm gonna go take a rest on the rig. I'm wiped. You look out at the rig as he leaves. The warmth and softness of your waking moments now feeling like a distant memory. Is this what you wanted? Freedom? Chance to work for yourself, not Lane? Well, here it is, with all the problems and complications you could imagine. And at what cost? Could Lane have wiped out Hexport just to try to end you? You shiver at the thought. But if not Lane, then who? Theories cloud your mind. Push them away. Now is not the time for theories. You run your hands along your body, feeling the marks and holes left by the hunter's weapons. And you know in that moment you have been irreparably damaged by the encounter. You realize these scars are reminders. You will not be caught like that again. You swear it. You take a breath. Time to make a plan. Some glitch. Glitch is a penalty you gain from repairing dice and from Lane's attempts to hack your system. Your current level of glitch is represented by the glitch clock to the right of your dice. You can have a maximum of 6. Each level of glitch you gain will increase your chance of rolling a glitch die at the start of the cycle. Each time you roll a glitch dice, you clear 1 level of glitch. A glitch dice has an 80% chance of a negative outcome when used and a 20% chance of a positive outcome. Well, that's awful. Huh. Well, my dice all suck anyway. I've only got a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Repairing the rig. Supplies. 94 chits is probably enough. They're not very good. I can do this to a 3. But you are basically useless, my friend. So we got going on here. Into it and engage. Jesus, I feel like engage has been like 90% of these options. I feel like I should have just taken fucking engage at this point. Like the mech that had good engage. Oh. I think that's it for the day. Oh good, I have 2 glitch dice, which basically mean I'm fucked. I have an 80% chance of just getting fucked over. I suppose I'll do the things that I'm actually decent at with these dice and see what we get. -1 energy. I mean, could have been way worse. To do. I guess I'm just, wait, this is new. An endure, which I'm also terrible at. I truly picked the character that is like glass bones and paper skin. Scrapper ship. Process raw scrap. Okay. 1 process scrap. 7 cryo. What the hell does that do? Cut and wrap scrap plating, ready for the exchange. Doesn't look like there's anything I can really do. So I guess I'm just gonna cycle. You wake to the sound of blaring proximity alarms. You quickly unstrap from your bunk and dizzily glance around. Lane? Bounty hunters? You kick off and glide to the door. As you do, Bliss pops their head around the corner. Sorry, they look a little sheepish. In all honesty, it's not my fault. Your wiring's all backward. It takes you a moment to understand what's happening. You steady yourself against the door frame. Seriously? I said I'm sorry, I'm handling it, they mumble. It takes you a while to get ready and drift down to the mess to see what's happening. By then, Bliss has turned off the alarms. You find them unspooling wires from a hatch you'd never previously noticed in the mess's ceiling. Sorry again, Sleeper. Their voice comes through the ceiling panels, muffled and dull. You settle at a stool, neatly tucking your legs behind the crossbar. How are the repairs going? Bliss spins deftly, hooking their legs into the open ceiling so that from your perspective, they're hanging upside down. Almost done, if you can believe it. Their messy hair floats around their head, a couple of cycles worth of diagnostics, and I'll be happy enough to release her back to you. The yawning Seraphim drifts in. He looks between the two of you, amused. What are you both doing up so early? You and Bliss exchange amused looks. What? Seraphim asks. You didn't hear the alarm? Shrugs. Heavy sleeper. He drifts over to the mess's cupboards to hunt down some breakfast. You turn back to Bliss, but they have disappeared back into the ceiling panels. Before long, the mess is filled with the shrill screech of a power tool. Seraphim looks totally unaffected and hooks himself onto a stool, lazily sucking at a ration pouch while he taps away at his slate. The screech finally stops. After a while, you kick off from your stool. Time to head out. Bliss rushes after you, stopping you in the passageway before you can leave. I have something I want to show you. Bliss leads you off the main corridor into the corner of the ship you don't remember visiting before. You come into a room with low, sloped ceilings, a single round window illuminating some neat tool storage, and a workbench set into the wall. Look, Bliss begins. I'm no specialist, but I'm a quick learner and good at repairs. They smile. And I think you have need of me. They glance at you at a tear in the thick vinyl skin of your arm. Can I take a look? Sure. They smile and lead you towards the workbench. They turn your arm, looking at the tear from all angles. They reach over to the workbench and take a small sealant gun from the rack. You look at the setup. It's basic, but it looks clean and well organized. They gently close the tear with sealant, pressing the edges together so it closes up neatly. After they are done, they release your arm, and you can barely see the scar. Bliss admires their work. See? They smile. I know it's more serious than a tear. Bliss folds their arms. But I can handle it. They turn and search through a set of metal drawers for a moment. Here, they produce a couple of carefully machined, pristine components. Was saving these for an important job. They wink. Guess I've just found it. This pushes the components into your hands. Take them. When you're ready, come up here and we'll fix you up. These are a rare find, though. In the future, we might have to make do with something lower quality. They wince. You can find scrap components at most scrapper ships, like that one that's hanging around on the underhang. The better the components, the easier they'll integrate with your systems. Bliss leans on the workbench. I'll do my best to keep you running. Thank you. Don't worry about it, they shrug. You're guest in my bay, and I can't have my guests' bodies collapsing now, can I? Plus, I think it benefits me if you think of me as indispensable. Bliss smiles. I should get back to fixing the ship. They leave you in the workshop among the simple tools, considering the particular qualities of your new friend. Okay, so now I have a thing so I can repair my dice. So I only lose the 2 dice for that, moment. Okay, and then I can do it again. But I don't get the dice back until the next cycle. Not while on contract. Okay. No, I should definitely eat because I'm almost out of energy. Figure out what the hell am I doing. No, I suppose I'll just do this. Throw it out there and see what happens. Oh, I just got something immediately. As you glide through the pinnacle docks, you hear shouting echoing down a corridor. You tentatively change direction, your eyes fixed ahead as the passage widens you into a large bay. Others push past you, heading towards the commotion. Your eyes are drawn by the bay's vast viewing window, which is currently being spattered with glittering shards of ice. In front of it, a dock worker is shouting to anyone who will listen. Spacers, workers at the far spindle, we need your urgent assistance. The water carrier Springtide has suffered heavy damage in its transit from Wellspring. Takes a breath. All able hands, we need you to help secure the cargo. Without this water, Far Spindle will struggle to support you. Looks desperately at the crowd. Please, any who are able to help, please make yourself known. Behind him, a corona of ice ejects from one of the tanks, drawing a pale halo around the ship. A handful of experienced-looking spacers push through the crowd towards the front, and dock workers start to direct them to nearby bridges. You watch the scene unfold, hesitant in the face of making someone else's problems your own. But I mean, maybe I could help. Negative is just losing an energy. That's not terrible. Oh crap, this is the thing. Okay. Jerk suddenly awake. A fragment is lodged in your mind, a shard of sound, of signal, a tone. It resonates like tinnitus, obviously internal, inescapable. You look down to see your hands blurred, your fingers dancing as if they were typing. Your fingers flap like caught birds. Take control. It takes all your focus to settle them. You force yourself back into them, a sensation like squeezing on a tight pair of gloves. You flex your hands a little to feel them, test them. What was that? You take a deep breath to calm yourself, but as you do, you are reminded that you don't need to breathe. It is a claustrophobic sense that you cannot shake. You get up, push off the wall, pull on your clothes, anything to escape the dreams that hover there at the back of your mind. Seraphim drifts in casually, heading to his bunk to grab something. You can't shake the sensation that he has just drifted into your mind. He shoots you a glance. I said, "Are you okay?" Gives you a concerned look. You look terrible. Not really. You mumble a response. You need to talk to me, Sleeper. Seraphim gives you a look. I know something happened back when we were leaving Hexport. What do you mean? I saw it, Sleeper. Saw something change in your eyes. He pauses, looking for the right way to explain. They were cold, fixed. I've never seen that before. He looks away. Back when we first met, I knew at once you were human. I knew because of your eyes. I've never met a sleeper before, but I knew immediately that you were no machine. It was obvious. But then on the rig, I couldn't see that anymore. I don't know what happened. What did it feel like? Let's try to interface it. You close your eyes and recall the moment. You remember Lane's voice, the rig hot and close, the numbness, and then you see it glittering in the non-space of your mind. Thin, bright, like spider silk, a thread. Sleeper? Seraphine's voice interrupts your thoughts. You open your eyes to his irritated face. Are you even listening? We need to get you checked up. We need to know what's happening. Seraphine gives you a stubborn stare. This isn't just about you. Well, where? I've been asking around. Seraphine's face is set with determination. There's another station near this one, Flotsam. It's a mess, an accumulation of wrecks and docked ships, but it also houses some of the best artificers in the wash. We should go there as soon as the rig is ready. I'll think about it. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for me. Please. Look, I know I won't know what it is like to be a sleeper. I understand there are things you can't tell me, can't show me, but I do know how fear can keep you from doing what you need to do. I'm not going to nag you about it, but it needs to be done. He passes by you as he leaves the bunks, squeezing your shoulder as he does, leaving you to your thoughts. You finish getting dressed, feeling your body, its strangeness, even though you wish you didn't. At the very least, you think you need to find someone who can stop you falling apart. Maybe Flotsam is not such a bad idea. You push the thought to the back of your mind. There's a sight ahead, and the rig isn't ready. When it is, then you'll see. Okay. Nice. Let's see, do we get lucky? We do! You watch from the docking bay's viewing window as the crumpled, vast hull of the Springtide is finally welded shut by a score of bright torches flickering against its side. Everywhere I look, I see a crisis. The voice comes from beside you, and you turn to see a man floating there, watching the repair work. You don't recognize him. I saw you out there, helping the crew. He turns to you with a serious look. I mean, they needed it. You aren't wrong. He pauses, watching you carefully. I haven't seen you on the spindle before. What, if I may ask, is your business here? I'm running a crew. I see. Springtide is my ship. His face remains impassive. At least, I am her captain. I do not own her. The Lodix Syndicate, my employer, was the one to put her into service. Glad to meet you. He bows his head gently. You have my thanks for assisting with the repairs. We were caught by some autonomous Conway munitions. He looks out at his ship. The Wellspring run is getting more dangerous every cycle, and after Hexport, I do not expect things to improve. You both go quiet for a moment. The loss of the station still inspiring silence in anyone who mentions it. Tell me. Malik meets your eye. As a sleeper, do you feel you have advantages over others? Or does your particular condition provide only weaknesses? There are so many downsides, of course, but you are stronger, hardier, more capable than most humans. He gestures towards the Springtide. Your work on my ship only evidences your abilities. You far outperformed even my own crew. He looks to you, angling his head in deference. In conditions that are usually deadly. Sadly, despite even your good work, our losses have been great. and the administration at the Far Spindle are not happy. We are to be impounded here until the Lodex Syndicate fulfills the agreed water freight. Frowns at the crumpled-looking ship. This war continues to pressure the belt. What will you do? This is where you are needed, Sleeper. My crew tells me you have a ship. You have workers. This is what I need. As we fled from the Conway attack, our navigator registered something of great interest. A water-rich asteroid, one I believe is previously unknown to the syndicates. He comes a little closer. For now, I have sworn him to secrecy, as I must you. But if this asteroid could be surveyed, its value confirmed, it would more than make up for the shortfall of the spring tide. He pauses thoughtfully. I want you to survey the asteroid for me. It is a simple enough job, but its location, so close to the edge of the wash, is problematic. However, you've shown yourself to be very competent. If you're careful, there's no reason you should have problems with Conway or any other hostile party for that matter. And what do I get? I will, of course, reimburse you with a portion of the fee the Far Spindle administration are withholding from me. 250 cryo is my offer. How will your employer feel about that? The Lodex Syndicate only cares that its water is delivered and its fees paid. I am free to make sure this happens in a timely and efficient manner as I see fit. Malik passes you a thumb drive. Here are the details on tests I need you to run for the survey. A sample core of ice from deep within the asteroid should give you enough material to work with. You notice a member of the Springtide's crew waiting quietly at a distance, and Malik nods to them discreetly. This is a delicate matter, Sleeper. Survey the rock, and on your return, broadcast the results to my personal terminal. The frequency is in that data. He pauses, meeting your eye. The results go to me, and only to me. Then, once the matter is resolved, you will be paid. I am needed, he nods to the crew member, but I expect you have all you need. He pauses. I have enjoyed watching you work, Sleeper. Impress me again. And with that, he bows a little and drifts away to meet his crew member. After watching him go, you turn back to the Springtide, still impressive despite being scarred with curls of ice and shiny with fresh welds. You imagine any captain of a ship like that has been through a lot to get where they are. That makes them a valuable ally or a dangerous adversary, depending on where you are. You hope with Malik, you can find your way to being the former. Cool. Wait, you can do both of them, or you can only do one of them? As you drift lazily down to the ship's mess, you hear raised voices. You steel yourself for a moment at the entrance, then slip inside. Seraphin sits, hooked onto his usual stool, his slate glowing beside him. He's shaking his head as you enter. Bliss, meanwhile, is floating freely and gesticulating sharply as they explain something important. I don't see why not, Bliss chops at the air. It's not like you have an alternative. We can get the cryo, it'll take time, but we can get it. That was the deal, Seraphin speaks, calmly trying to placate Bliss. Sleeper! Bliss spots you entering, and they turn to Seraphin. Let's see what Sleeper thinks about it. About what? They both fall silent for a moment. Seraphin sighs. The rig's ready, Sleeper. Bliss gestures around the mess. I've fixed it. Hell, I've improved it. She's purring thanks to me. Now, wouldn't you say, having done such an incredible job, I deserve to be paid properly for my work? A calculated look crosses their face. A refit and retune like this would typically cost my clients hundreds of cryo, even if I was feeling charitable. Seraphin sighs loudly. He knows where this is going. See, I could make you pay, and maybe you could even scrape the cryo up, but not without taking a contract and taking the ship off station, leaving me in the lurch. We wouldn't do that, Seraphin starts, but Bliss holds up a hand to shush him. So I have a proposition, one that clears the debt completely. They pause. I will turn around on the open sign on this little bay of mine and join up with you. You keep me in work, give me my split, and give me transit to wherever you are headed. I'll even keep this rig of yours working for free. They shrug. What could be better than that? Us paying and being on our way with no hanger-ons? Seraphin folds his arms and looked at you. Tell him, Sleeper. I mean, we could use their help. We could also pay eventually. Bliss grins at Seraphin. See? Sleeper gets it. You can use my help. I'm an excellent engineer, a tidy shipmate, and a half-decent chef. I'm done with Farspindle. I'm done taking not enough jobs for not enough cryo on a station where I know nobody. They pause, satisfied. You're welcome. Seraphin holds up his hands. Look, we appreciate it, but we are on the run, Bliss. Trust me, you are better off here. He gives them a serious look. Even telling you this could put you in danger. Bliss pauses. They start laughing. On the run, they shake their heads, smiling. You expect me to be scared off by that goofy shit? It's true. Bliss just shrugs. The system is at war. The belt is spiraling into a crisis. Everyone's got something. I know you were at Hexport. Seraphin looks at them open-mouthed, searching for a retort. What happened there? Who's to say it won't happen here? I'm not sitting around watching this all play out any longer. They take a deep breath. Something has to give. Bliss turns to Seraphin. Look, you've done your due diligence or whatever. You're on the run. I've been warned. I accept the risks. That's it. At the end of the day, your ship is clamped into my bay. So unless you know my encryption protocols, there's not much left to discuss. Seraphin shakes his head, a small smile crossing his face. You've got us there. He looks at you and then at Bliss. Looks like we've gained a crewmate. He unhooks from his stool, but I'm moving to the engine room. And he drifts off towards the bunks to gather his things. You and Bliss exchange a nervous look. Sleeper, welcome aboard. Smiles and gives you a half-hearted mock salute. You leave Bliss in the galley and head for the cockpit. The rig is ready to fly again, but the question is, where to take her next? Seraphin mentioned Flotsam, a short starward journey from here, as a busy station where you might find an artificer to help diagnose your glitches and errors. Sunward, meanwhile, is the Hellion Gate, an abandoned and uninhabited megastructure left over from the Solheim days. Maybe good for salvage, but not an easy place to survive. And beyond that, well, as they say, the belt is wide, and at least now you have a functioning ship. Oh, and it has more fuel and stuff now. Oh, nice. Helps that, I mean, she's good at engineering, which is basically a moot point, but, I mean, hey, it's something. right, I was still doing this. Might as well get this done then. Let's throw the witch dice in there and see what happens. Signal station, Beltmore Adventure. Before anything else, I need food. Maybe if I put in enough time at this place, I can help get food. Oh, this literally just gives energy for doing it. Oh, perfect. Yeah, I should just do that then. So we got the gambling place that I suck at. And this place that's got this stuff going on. Okay, so this is just a way to make money. Got it. I guess we'll just max this out. New location discovered. Minor drive complete. Hey. Far Spindle lives up to its name. Its tall stature makes it a real effort to travel from end to end. The local solution to this problem are the transit tunnels, massive tubes bolted onto the outside of the spindle that allow for rapid passage from bottom to top. As you find yourself in one of these cavernous passages, bulky cargo haulers rushing by, you start to wonder if braving them is worth the effort. Back up! Shout rattles down the bare transit corridor like a gunshot and is rapidly followed by a crunching impact. You spin back, pushing yourself against the side of the wide cylindrical passage. As you do, a hauler glides past, sending a rippling wave of air across you in its wake. When the roar subsides, you hear a string of expletives coming from nearby. A spiky-looking figure, clutching some oddly shaped, open-framed object, gestures wildly at the vehicle as it glides away. Dickhead! She spits an impressive glob of saliva down the tunnel, and it spirals in zero-G. She turns to you in her anger. You see that? Tried to slam me into the wall. Total dickhead. She nods firmly. No shit, haulers hate us. She sniffs and looks you up and down. Not supposed to be in the transit system without a vehicle. She squints. Not like I care, but maybe you do. Like I said, don't care. She rolls one of her shoulders, stretching it out. You're new here, right? Yes. She shrugs sympathetically. Figures. Let me give you a tip. She begins checking her open frame vehicle, tightening bolts and untangling pipes. Avoid the haulers. Dickheads, the lot of them. especially the water haulers. Think they're better than everyone. Don't mess with the stevedores, though. Stevedores, though? They're good people. Get treated like shit by everyone else, just like us. She rapidly plugs and unplugs a series of connectors. They'll show you the shortcuts. She looks up. And never, ever get in a Spindlejack's way. She smiles, spinning the vehicle in her hand. Thanks. She nods. All right then. She pauses, considering something. Then, suddenly, she reaches into one of her many pockets and pulls out a small, transparent rectangle punched with holes. Text glints with it, within it, reading, Cadet, Stripline Express. You take it. Cadet, she flexes proudly. That's me. Or Cadet? I guess it's like Cadet, because like cadet is with a C. Or Cadet. Caddy. Stripline is my outfit. Kamal's the dispatcher. Small outfit, but we punch above our weight. Dispatch is here in the spindle's core, but I run the transit tunnels up and down the spindle 10 times a cycle. You need anything moving on the spindle, data, tech, messages, too hot for the hard line, come find me. I'll do that. She nods. Tell them I sent you. They'll make sure it gets to me. She kicks off the wall and mounts her bike, triggering a small burst of compressed air to keep herself steady in the transit passageway. You hear a buzz of distorted speech from what you assume is her dispatcher. I'm just gonna go with Caddy. Or Cadet. I don't really care. Cadet angles her head to her communicator and mutters back into it. Got a hop sleeper. She looks over at you and something flickers in her eyes. An idea? Or perhaps just a realization. You might be able to help me with something. Package that's been bothering me. Come to the office at Stripline in a few cycles and I'll show you. Sure. We'll call it a favor on account of me saving you from being flattened by a hauler. She winks. Now you better get out of here before another hauler tries to squish you. You step back as she twists the handlebars and a burst of air sends her flying down the transit corridor at an unsettling speed. You watch her go, slightly caught off guard by her final remarks. What would a courier need you for? You turn the idea over in your head as you find a way out of the transit corridor back to the safety of the main concourse. Lovely, I can buy fuel and supplies. I probably want fuel and yeah, I'll just take the supplies. And then I can everything maxed out. I can go back to the rig. I can have it so we're just scrounging around for cryo every cycle. For that. I mean, even a negative outcome is just get energy, which isn't terrible. Oh, God, okay. Something flickers in the back of your mind. You stop, you have to stop to blink it away. Is a tightness behind your left eye, an aching point that refuses to move, and then the voice begins, hissing through the background noise of the rig's systems, a new whine amongst the chorus of the life support and ventilation. Sleeper? The hiss brings Lane's sharp features to mind. I suppose you thought you'd slip my net. Hexport jumps into your mind, an image of the station immolating in white light, though you were not conscious to witness it. You are distant. His voice hisses into white noise, but you are not free of me yet. I'm coming, Sleeper. The hiss drops, and I will retake control of what is mine. The closer I come to you, the more you will feel it. Lane moves your fingers to tap your forehead, in here, until you cannot resist. A bright smile, pale eyes, a growing hiss that hurts. Then the hiss is gone, the rig suddenly quiet, the stinging tightness diffusing behind your eyes, but the fear remains. Sleeper, you good? Seraphine is there floating by your berth. You were talking. Lane is coming. Seraphine looks alarmed. You feel him, right? He looks away. We can use that. Stay ahead of him. He squeezes your shoulder. We can do this. We are fast and smart. We keep moving. We don't stay anywhere for long. We find a way. Somehow. You nod. You do not know how Lane is able to reach into your mind like this, how he's able to speak into you. But you want so desperately for it to stop. You must find out what he has done to you before it is too late. You must stay ahead of Lane at all costs. The hunt. Okay, so if I'm moving a place, I shouldn't do that now. I should do stuff on the station first, while I have time. Let's see, I'll throw some of my, oh my god, wow, right, I forgot it, because it's engage. I suck at that. Well, I might as well throw my bad dice in there and just see what happens. +3 cryo, -1 energy for a negative outcome. Not great. Not great at all. Yeah, engage is the one I can never improve, that I'll just always be bad at. So, with that being the case, I think I toss my more valuable dice into this to try and hope to get this up for whatever it is. Yeah, positive. Nice. And then I I can go and do this. Try and get a little bit more of Nemba's approval. And then set the day. Sleeper. Katie drifts from the shadows outside Bliss's Bay, looking around nervously as she approaches. Seems like I'm going to need to call in that favor. Her face is pale and deathly serious. Are you okay? She doesn't seem to hear you. Distracted by a group of spacers gliding noisily down the passage behind her, she waits until they pass. Someone hits stripline. No idea where Kamal is. Bunch of goons tearing the place apart as we speak. She screws up her face in pain. Even tried to grab me, but those muscleheads are slow. Wait, why? Remember that package I asked you for help with, the one that was bothering me? Remember you mentioning it. I reckon it's got something to do with it. The job was a bust, an express run all the way to the underhang, but when I got there, no one was home. She's whispering now, leaning closer. Place was smashed up like someone got there first. Should have dumped the package and run. But I brought it back like a good girl, stashed it in a safe spot at stripline. I thought the sender might come to recover it, and when they didn't, well, I got curious, popped it open. She shakes her head. Stupid thing to do. Inside was a drive encrypted to hell and back. When I ran to you, well, I heard sleepers are good with data, with tech. So I thought you might be able to take a look at it. Now stripline's trash too. Here's the thing. Back when I popped it open, I noticed the drive had a dispatch marker. Hexport. Could it be connected to Hexport getting atomized? Yeah, that's where I'm at too. This thing was sent out from there just before it got cooked. She pauses, and with the kind of attention I forget the past couple of cycles. She slips a hand terminal from her bag, taps a couple of times, then holds it up to you. Katie stares out at you from the screen, straight-faced and pale. Besides her picture, you see in block capitals, Spindlejack KD754, in breach of far spindle codes B12 plus F34. Reward for information leading to capture. Considered dangerous. Dickheads blasted it out on the transit channels. Every Spindlejack hauler and freight carrier is going to be watching for me. She pulls back the hand terminal angrily, stuffing it away in her bag. Something's going on. Anyone who can help? She looks away. Spindlejacks don't make friends easily, and now all the couriers I do know are looking to turn me in for a payout. She snaps her head to the side, her eyes flashing with anger. Why do you think I'm here? It's time for that favor, Sleeper. She meets your eye. My connections are burned. Hell, my whole career is gone. I need to fight back. If I walk away, there's nothing to walk away to. She softens a little. I need your help. What can I do? I need you to get the drive. She takes a breath. If they want it that much, then I can use it to buy my way out of this shit show. And I tucked it away somewhere safe, so my guess is they haven't got it yet. You just slip in, I'll give you the location, and pull the thing out. She folds her arms. Should be simple. Okay, let's do it. She nods seriously. Thank you. Look, this thing turns out to be worth something, you'll get your due. All I want is my life back. The drive is in the workshop. There's a loose panel behind the air bike rack. She leans in. It's taped to the back of the fuse box inside. I've got to keep heading down Spindle to the overhang, past the end of the transit tunnels. No one will rat me out there. She glances around. I'll come find you when it's done. I've still got some network access. I'll know when you go in. She winks, offering no further explanation. My bike's locked up nearby. I'm gonna hop. She pauses. Do me this favor, then we're clear. Stay safe. Doing my best, Sleeper. She gives you a mock salute. She slips back into the shadows, and a few moments later you hear the percussive pulse of an airbike accelerating away. You know, at least, what it's like to be on the run to flee your life, and in that, you feel an empathy, a connection with Katie. But from every other angle, this thing looks like bad news, the kind a sensible person would steer well clear from. And perhaps you would steer well clear if it wasn't for one detail that is stuck in your mind. The drive is from Hexport. Is all that enough to send you down to Stripline in search of that drive? Only time will tell. Yes. Abso-frickin-lutely. Oh my god. Excuse me. The Far Spindle is an exhaustive place to find freelancers. There's no shortage of spacers here. The corridors and bays throng with crew inbound and outbound. On or between contracts, trading stories, contacts, and materials. But whatever language, appearance, or code identifies someone as worth signing on with, you don't seem to have it. Perhaps it's because you are a new face or are noticeably unsure. Or perhaps it's just because you're a sleeper. Push the thought to the back of your mind and instead focus on what's in front of you. The vast, cylindrical tank at the center of Gaia's gyre. The first time you enter the bar, you floated open-mouthed, much like all the new arrivals do at the sight of the huge kelp stack, the biggest you have ever seen. Even now, your eyes fixed on the fronds of seaweed that wave in the circulating water. Beyond the curve of dirty glass, you find it impressive. You take a sip of the harsh, saline-scented rack from its magnetic vessel secured to the bar. As you suck on the straw, your eyes follow the shifting fronds. You hear someone clearing their throat beside you at the bar. Hypnotic, isn't it? The voice is low and rumbling and comes from the large figure on the stool next to you. The fluorescent lights behind the bar glint in his eyes, shining up into his wide, rough face. I've heard talk you're hiring. The figure turns to face you. You don't recognize him, but in the shifting light of Geyer's Gaia, that isn't surprising. That's right. He smiles. Well, today is your lucky day, my friend. He clicks his drink to the magnetic bar with a swift clink. Yu Jin, currently freelance. He turns on his stool and leans back a little. The effect is clearly meant to impress on you his size, and you have to admit, it works. Served on a whole slate of crews out of the spindle, cutters, mercs, extractors, he smiles and places a broad hand on his chest. Broad skill set, good work ethic, sense of humor, the full package. Humble, too. He collects with his tongue, smiling. I like you already. We're gonna get along. I'll run anything out of this Far Spindle. I'm tough and quiet, and you won't need to worry about me. He folds his arms across his chest. What kind of work are we talking about? Before you can answer, a voice echoes out from behind you. Yu Jin? You look over your shoulder for the source of the shout. Busy as ever, I see. A group of 3 spacers drift up behind you, one of them placing a heavy hand on your shoulder. She is fitted with matte metal optical implants, and you cannot see her eyes. The caustic light from the tank plays across her face. Too busy to keep in touch. I really don't like it when I have to come and find you. Vesna. Eugen nods politely at her, not betraying any strong reaction. Do I look like I'm socializing? He shakes his head. This is a meeting. Oh, a meeting. Vesna squeezes your shoulder. Is that what this is? Yes, Vesna. We are talking about With your delivery, in fact. Eugen smiles widely. My friend here is being very helpful. He shoots you a knowing glance. That's right. Vesna turns to you with a raised eyebrow, but before she can speak, Eugen cuts in. This sleeper has a unique ability to extract data. Eugen smiles at Vesna. Exactly the kind of data you've been asking for. So if we can just get to it, Eugen gestures towards you, then I can deliver what you need. You know, Eugen, I'm pretty tired of this whole act. She gestures dismissively at him. But in the end, it doesn't matter. She drops her hand from her shoulder to her belt. Your eyes follow it down, and you see a dark, boxy shape there. A weapon? You either deliver by the deadline, or you don't. And when you don't, she smiles tightly. I'll be happy to take you through the consequences. Until then, she shoots you a final glance. Chat to whoever the hell you want. Vesna and the two spacers flanking her glide out of the bar, and Eugen watches them go with little emotion. So, Eugen's smile returns. You were about to hire me? What was that? Vesna? He shrugs. She's just trying to rush me, that's all. I won't be working with her again. He pauses, choosing his words carefully. Of course, I can't talk about the particulars. You understand. Vesna just wants to scare you off. She likes to cause me trouble. Eugen looks away out of the door of the bar. Let's not let her. Pauses in silence for a moment, still looking away. You try to get a read on him, but his face is blank. Only his glittering eyes hint at some rapid internal activity. He turns back to you and meets your eye. The sudden shift in his manner obvious. If you need crew, you need to work. If you need to work, you need cryo. Is that right? He doesn't stop for your answer. Well, I can offer both. Hard work and a good contract with a good payout. Take me with you on this job of mine, and we split the take. He looks down thinking, hell, if you do, I'll consider signing on long term. Think of that. No more recruiting. What's the job? Salvage. He leans in. I know of a wreck untouched by the local crews, which recently turned up in the wash. It's just a little sunward from here, but its disabled transponder makes it invisible to anyone who doesn't know it's there. Had to squeeze the location out of a contact, but I'll share it with you for a straight split. Take me and your crew, and we'll claim it. It's going to be a good payout, a really good one. What's the catch? Eugen frowns. No catch. He leans back and looks around the bar. Happy to take the offer elsewhere. I just felt like you were the right captain for this one. That is such bullshit, man. I'll be ready to go whenever you like. Eugen pauses. As a show of good faith, I'll also fly out with you on any job from the far spindle, but I'm not leaving the station with you yet. Not till we get my job done first. After that, we can talk flying together. No need to rush into it. He shakes your hand firmly, his palm rough and pitted, and turns back to his drink. You slip out of the bar, looking to see if Vesna is nearby. You don't spot her among the passing crews, but you can't help but imagine eyes are on you in the bar. You shake it off, having become familiar with the feeling of being observed. What matters is you have found yourself a crew member and a contract. Whether or either will come good, however, remains to be seen. Why does it not say this doesn't, cost anything? Oh, you can just swap it. Ah. Interesting. What? Oh. Oh, that costs points to do. I wish it had said that. That would have been nice. That's annoying. slide the loose panel away from the wall, letting it float there besides the air bike rack. Behind it, in the dark, you see the blinking lights on of the fuse box. A noise nearby draws your attention for a moment. The scrape of a sliding door, maybe? Or just some old system cycling in the walls. It took long enough to gain access to the Stripline Express bike garage, and longer still to find a safe route to the air bike racks, but you're almost there. You've seen and heard the hired muscle searching and guarding this place, but have been lucky enough to not come face to face with them. Yet. You turn back to the darkness behind the panel. If what Katie says is right, the drive is taped to the back of the fuse box in front of you. You reach through and around, slowly, carefully, and your hands settle on something cold and metallic in the dark. It is taped firmly to the box. You pull at it, but it doesn't budge. A quiet rattle echoes from the dispatch office next door, and you freeze for a second. It seems Katie was a little too enthusiastic with the tape. Peel the tape. Okay, drop come. Good. You close your eyes and feel for the seam of the tape. Taking your time, you pick at it, working each piece away from the drive. You hear a clattering sound nearby as you peel off the final piece, and the drive spins into your hand. Time to move. You slip the drive inside your coat and kick away from the wall, gliding back towards the maintenance corridor you entered from. As you cross the bike garage, you hear voices in the dispatch office next door. Just as you tuck yourself into the cool darkness of the maintenance corridor, a screech indicates the opening of a door from the office next. Opening of a door from the office next door. Voices rumble through the room, and you quickly and quietly push yourself deeper into the guts of the building. Too close. Barely daring to breathe, you carefully make your way through the maze of passages that brought you here, their doglegs and dead ends now familiar. Eventually you spot a thin slit of light ahead, marking the loose panel you levered open to gain entrance. You take a deep breath, almost there. As you reach the gap, you freeze. Voices rumble from beyond, and peering through, you see two figures in dark clothes searching the chaotic bay behind the strip line. Your eyes are drawn to the dark boxy weapon one holds at their side. Shit. You hiss silently to yourself, your eyes searching for a path through. Wait for an opening. You wait, silent and still. As the figures search, they split and drift across the bay. You take the chance, sliding open the panel and slipping behind the scrap and boxes at the edge of the room. You work your way around until you can't get any further. You kick off hard, making a dash for the far side of the bay and the public passage beyond. There's a hiss and the guttural chatter of a pressure valve as an air bike pulls up beside you in the passage. Katie leans over and grabs the collar of your coat. Hop on. In a moment, you are on the back of the air bike, clutching the strap of Katie's bag as she guns it down the passage, the air resistance almost ripping you from the thin seat. You lean against her back and let out a sigh, the drive pressing into your ribs beneath your jacket. You did it. Still alive back there? Katie's voice brings you back from the hypnotic rhythm of the tunnel lights rushing past the air bike. She slows the bike with a rapid series of hisses, and you realize she has brought you back to the passage outside Bliss's Bay. You try and understand the route she took, a long loop through the branching transit tunnels of the station, but give up. You can let go now. She straightens up, and you unhook your fingers from her bag strap, separating yourself from her back. You push off the bike gently and float in the passage beside her. You okay? Look pretty rough back there. She smiles. Appreciate you putting it all on the line for me. It's all good. You got the drive then. You fish the drive out of your jacket and hand it over. That's the one. She squints at it. Should have chucked it when I had the chance. You get your first good look at it, and there's not much to see. A small lump of solid state memory with a few markers on the case. You spot a yellow hex among them. Hex port. we shouldn't hang around. Damn right. She slides her bag around her shoulder to the front and lets the drive neatly into a pocket. I know someone in the scatter yards who can crack anything. She'd be my first port of call to crack this thing open. She stretches her shoulders. I should make myself scarce from the spindle anyway, before those dickheads catch up with me. Come with us. Appreciate the offer, but I think it's best if we go our separate ways for now. 2 targets are harder to track than 1. She cycles the pressure valve on the bike impatiently. Katie leans away from her bike, squinting out of the viewing window at your ship behind. That yours? She doesn't wait for an answer. If I'm not mistaken, that old thing is going to struggle to reach the scatter yards. Unless you've added a HasNav suit. HasNav suite. No, I haven't. You'll need hazard navigation to make the crossing safely. Lodic Syndicate created the tech to help their tankers cross the belt. Common knowledge. Katie nods at your ship. Maybe if you head up to Wellspring, you can barter or steal a suite, she adds casually. Here. Katie unties a bag lashed to her bike frame and holds it out to you. Not enough here for a refit, but maybe you'll find some use for them. Take the bag and something clinks inside it as you do. You open it to see a couple of engine components. Was gonna use them to boost her. She taps the frame of the air bike, but you deserve them. She meets your eye, then looks away. Not like I'll be doing any runs for a while anyway. Thanks. Nothing. Like I said, you deserve them. She flexes her fingers on the bike's handles, eager to be away. Katie's air bike stutters and purrs, trembling in the air like an arrow, ready to be loosed. See you around. She winks and guns the throttle, zipping off down the passage with a pulse of air that ripples through your clothes. You stare after her as she goes, the bag of components still hanging from your hand. You realize as you look down the passage that you never asked how Katie plans to get to the scatter yards. That question, like a score of others, will have to wait until you run into her next. Although you have a feeling she will find a way to slip away before you can ask them next time, too. You head back towards your ship to stow the components, idly wondering if you could justify buying an air bike to Seraphin as you do so. Well, I'm out of materials. Get on the cycle. Not a great set of dice, but alas, is what it is. We shall do a bit of a gamble. And that tracks. Let's take a shitty dice because it's not like it could get worse. And also just take this poopy dice. Do I just throw everything at it? Sure. Okay. Well, with that, not do great. Order a meal. Excellent. Cycle. Start the next day. Gonna grab rack to max out our energy. We'll go to the map. Let's see, what have we got? Got Eugen's tip-off, and we've got the survey an asteroid. 3. This is 2. Neither of them are too much fuel. We'll do this one first. Oh, it reshuffles your dice anyway. Wait, so can I use my dice first in the city and then do the thing? Ugh, I should really check into that. The asteroid looms large in the cockpit. It's glass. Light glints off the sheets of surface ice, the same glint that must have caught Malik's attention when he was fleeing Conway countermeasures that damaged the spring tide. There's been no sign of Conway drones or mines, but that hasn't stopped Seraphin being cautious in his approach. You have to admit, you found yourself searching the black void of space for a telltale blinking red beacon too. We're close enough to jump down to the surface. Seraphin locks down the engines. I don't see anything on the scope, but I'll keep her warm just in case. Thanks. He nods without looking up from the controls. I say we core this snowball fast. Eugen shrugs. The less time we're out here, the less likely we are to run into anything Conway left behind. He smiles. Simple. Sure, Seraphin cuts in, but fast means messy, and messy means more damage to the ice. We don't need to crack the shelf and lose half the water we came to survey. Who said anything about messy? Eugen stretches, unclipping from his seat. Fast and clean. You unclip from your seat and kick off towards the airlock. The scale of the asteroid is troubling, but Seraphin assured you on the journey here that surveying it would be easy enough. Just take a sample from the deep ice for testing. The problem, he said, is getting down that deep. You'll have to cut away at the ice, dig yourself a hole, and doing so will create fractures in the shelf. The asteroid may be big, but it's held together with only a weak gravitational force. The more the ice is cracked away, the less there is for the far spindle to harvest, something you doubt Malik will be happy about. You push the worry to the back of your mind and get suited up. Something on your mind? Bliss drifts up beside you and pulls a suit from the rack. Just hope we don't mess up. Me too, they shrug. I don't want to jinx it, but it seems simple enough. Can't say rock, or in this case ice cutting, is my usual strength, but it's got to be simpler than slicing a hull without touching any of the internals. We'll be fine. Bliss's reassurance that they don't have any experience with the job you were about to do doesn't exactly calm your worries, but their nonchalant attitude helps, especially when you consider the volume of ice you are about to start cutting into. Cheer up! Bliss punches you on the arm as you get into the airlock. Might never happen. The lock cycles and you find yourself staring out at the glinting surface of the asteroid. Excuse me. 1 second, sleeper. Seraphin's voice comes over the comms. I'm seeing something here, some kind of man-made shaft on the far side of the asteroid. Interesting. Eugen stood beside you in the airlock, but in this vacuum, you only hear him through the comms link. Crews sometimes stash goodies out on rocks like this. Let's go take a look. He pats you on the shoulder. Just hold up. Seraphin's voice cuts through. The survey is our first priority, and the integrity of the water ice. Hunting for buried treasure comes dead last on the to-do list. You can almost hear his eyes roll through the comms link. Don't get distracted. You squint at the rock and spot a dark recess just over the curve of the asteroid. That'll be the distraction then. You refocus on the ice sheet. Time to get started. Well, let's see. How good are we at the distraction? Terrible. Lovely. And how good are we at the actual thing? Decent. She's not good. They're not good at this, right? They're okay. And he's garbage at both of these things, so I guess he's gonna be doing the frozen shaft stuff. Okay, nice. Okay, so that's almost done. I think we can just end this cycle. We got 4 and a 5, pretty decent. 4 and a 3, not too bad. And I can just use the 5 here to guarantee it. Okay, and Duke Ice has got to be done by Eugen. That's not great. Okay. Neutral outcomes are fine. He's got plenty of stress to deal with it. Neutral's fine. Man, these dice suck. I don't want to use these. Oh, well, I could use a push. Yeah, I can just do a push to hopefully get a something here. Hell yeah. I want a piece with both of these. Great. So, call that a cycle. Come on, let's see some good dice. Ooh, those are lovely. And those are pretty decent too. Alright. Excellent. Great. Let's see. Okay, 1 ice stress is not that big a deal. Oh cool, that got me rare components. Awesome. I think that will have to do for the day. Just reset the cycle. Not bad. Just throw a 6 at this to max that out. Flickering screen catches your eye in the dark of the bunker. A distorted female face, further refracted by the surrounding eyes, stares at you from the terminal with blank white eyes. You move closer, straining to hear her voice, but the recording is silent, or perhaps the terminal's audio output is broken. All you can do is watch the pale face as it contorts through the corruption and noise. It could be explaining some important secret, long forgotten, or just recounting a personal anecdote. It's hard to tell. Circles and curving arcs flash across the face, graphical visualizations of orbits and flight plans. You squint at them, the shapes unknown to you. And then as soon as it starts, the playback ends, leaving a frozen frame on the screen. A ghost face, circled by orbits. You slot a drive into the terminal and copy what residual data is left, unsure where it might lead you. Once it is done, you shut off the terminal once and for all. As you leave the bunker, the pale face flashes once more in your mind. Those blank eyes, the flat stare. Was that a human or something else? You turn the image over in your mind, unsure of its importance. So that's everything here, right? Yes. Excellent. Alright, Eugen, just make this check and bring it home. Excellent. The sample core, a long and weighty cylinder of cloudy ice, comes up and out of the borehole cleanly. It glows in the sunlight, catching the rays in its frosted interior. Nicely done, Sleeper. Bliss chirps through the comms. I've never cored an asteroid before, but the result is pretty. Let's just hope it's drinkable. Let's not melt it down for liquid refreshment just yet, Seraphin chimes in. It's likely packed with unpleasant impurities. The question is, are they the kind of impurities the far spindle can filter out? Let's get it up to the ship, and we can run the analysis on the trip back. Seraphin pauses. And before you get any ideas about digging around on the asteroid some more, remember that if we break away any of the ice, Malik will likely dock our pay. You start the journey back up to the ship, dragging the sample core with you. As you do, you look back down at the asteroid, wondering if it might be the bargaining chip Malik has been looking for. You'll know soon enough. Contract complete. Wonderful. Let's fly on back. On the journey back from the asteroid, you poured over the tests Malik had given you to run, improvising the necessary equipment from your mess. Each one produced spools of data, much of which you couldn't parse. Arriving into the vicinity of the far spindle, you broadcast these strings of data to Malik's personal terminal on the Springtide as instructed. Despite all this preparation, you are still surprised when you find Malik standing at the far side of the docking tunnel as you leave the rig. Sleeper, he nods neatly at you. I thought it was better I come down here away from my crew to discuss your findings. And the findings were straight to the point. He clasps his hands. Good. As I suspected, the asteroid was indeed rich with water ice. Thankfully, the contaminants can be dealt with. He speaks matter-of-factly, betraying little emotion. With the data you provided, I should be able to convince the Far Spindle administration of its worth. Then we're good. Malik smiles. That remains to be seen. Before I make payment, I would like to ask, in person, if you saw anything else of consequence, anything to share with me that might affect my dealings with the Far Spindle. He folds his arms across his chest. I prefer not to have any surprises when they go to retrieve the water. There was a shaft. Interesting. Alex smiles. It's likely of no consequence, but if there is something of value in there, it could play to my benefit. I will mention the potential of an additional salvage to the Far Spindle administration. Given the data, it doesn't seem to have impacted the ice. Alec reaches into his pocket and produces a stack of cryo chits, bound carefully with a strip of paper. 250 cryo, as agreed. You take the chits and quickly tuck them away. With that, our business is concluded, Sleeper. Malik nods lightly. I must speak with the administration to negotiate the release of my ship, and then prepare for immediate departure. The Syndicate will be eager for my successful return. Thank you. Malik bows and turns. Should our paths cross again, I will see that it will be to your benefit. Sleeper. Seraphin catches your attention as you leave as you go to leave the ship. Can I have a minute? Of course. Seraphin ducks into a maintenance passage and waits for you to follow. In the narrow passageway, framed by loose wires and thick conduit, Seraphin looks suddenly small, trapped. He looks at an open circuitry panel as he speaks, avoiding your gaze. You see he's playing with a coin in his hand, nervously spinning it in the air. Since we cleared Hexport, I've been putting feelers out for something. He rubs his hands nervously. I've been in the belt a long time, and I came here alone. But back on Darkside, just before we made a break for it, I heard something. I heard someone was looking for me. He pauses, trying to organize his thoughts. Isn't one bounty enough? I don't think this is a bounty. I also heard something else. They said the person looking for me claimed to be my sister. He waits for your reaction. You have a sister? I did. Yeah, or I do. He shakes his head. But I don't even know if it's really her. Just because someone says they're my sister, well, I can't be sure. The thing is, I haven't seen my sister in a long time. I was still a kid when I left, so was she. Though I don't think she would have liked to admit it at the time. He smiles to himself. I know you don't remember how it was, back in Darkside, I mean. But we were alone, you and me. Lane didn't let us out much, just to work, and that was all. So when I overheard one of his guys mention someone was sniffing around trying to find me, I didn't know what to think. He frowns, and then, hearing it could have been my sister, he goes quiet. You try to recall that time the cycle spent under Lane's influence, working for him in exchange for stabilizer. You close your eyes, focus, but the details flicker. Images collapse and reform. Has Seraphin told you this before? Was this all part of your plan? You wanted to go find her. Yes, he shrugs. It changes things for me, the thought that she could be out there. Don't get me wrong, I wanted to get you out of there too. Pauses, and you sense he is finding this difficult. I know it doesn't matter now, but I told you about her back then before. I'm sorry, I don't remember. It's okay, Sleeper. I understand. Since we got away, since Hexport, I've been asking around, speaking to spacers, traders, and like I said, something has finally come up. It seems whoever was trailing me left Darkside pretty soon after Itsubo caught wind of her sniffing around. I doubt they made her feel welcome, very welcome. But I managed to get a name. The name she gave, Luz, wasn't my sister's. But it doesn't mean much. It gave me something to follow. She bounced around the wash a little. The wash a little. Far Spindle, Flotsam, not sure why. He squints at a loose wire. The last thing she did was book passage to Wellspring on a Lodic freighter. That's it. How do you know this? Mostly ship manifests and port records. A few favors on the quiet. I want to go to Wellspring, Sleeper, to know if it's really her. And if it isn't, to settle what needs settling. Sure. Yeah, we can take care of that. Thank you, Sleeper. He meets your eye. I will admit, It has been strange, reminding myself that everything we talked about back on Darkside, everything we did, is lost now. He smiles, but I'm glad to see you're still you, whatever that means. Me too. He nods. Anyway, better get back to it. Seraphin squeezes past you in the corridor and glides back towards the engine room. You watch him go, wondering if your past together can ever be reclaimed. Your mind wanders to thoughts of Seraphin's sister. For a moment, you wonder what it's like to have a family, and if you will ever know. Okay, refill our fuel, get supplies. Awesome. It's gambling time. It's dipshit gambling time. Yikes. Frickin' finally. Well, there's one. And managed to get a negative on a fucking 6. Oh, that's so annoying. I guess I can eat a meal off of the supplies we have, seeing as we have so much money now. We can just end the cycle. Our throwaway bad dice to see if maybe we get something. Nope. It's a 50-50 to a negative outcome. So far, I've only got negative outcomes. There we go. Use this to try and at least hedge a possible option. Okay, great. So this will just give a negative, right? Yeah. So we'll go to the kitchen. Excellent. Sleeper, Nemba wants to see you. You nod to the other volunteers as you wipe off your hands and clip your cutlery to the magnetic rack. You drift out of the improvised canteen on your way to the kitchen in the back. It was a busy shift, and each shift seems busier than the last. That makes sense, of course. You've seen the steady flow of refugees arriving from the inner system, and most of them, with barely a chit to their name, end up in the underhang. As you cross into the kitchen, you can still hear the rumble of the refugees' conversation through the hatch. The other chef leads you past the rehydrators and the hand-built centrifugal oven to a small office unit at the back of the kitchen. They knock on the door for you, then glide away to finish their own meal, leaving you to wait by it. You look around the small but carefully arranged kitchen as you wait. Your shifts here have left you familiar with the mix of improvised and salvaged equipment, some of which you had never seen before you came here. Come in, Sleeper. Nemba is perched at a desk uplit by a small transparent terminal screen, reading glasses perched on the end of his nose. You've seen Nemba before, but not as much as you'd imagine you would while working at a place called Nemba's Kitchen. Even though there isn't a proper sign out front, everyone in the underhang knows its name. The man himself is more of a mystery. Apart from the occasional barked order in the busy kitchen, he is little more than a blur to you. Why do you work here? He barely looks up from his terminal screen. The scrolling text reflects in his lenses. I like to stay busy. Uh-huh. Numba stops scrolling the screen and looks over his glasses at you. You do well here, Sleeper. You're fast, precise, you're doing good work. He goes back to scrolling. Thanks. Numba lifts a hand in response. That's my worry, Sleeper. Good workers like you, they move on fast. He leans back and looks at you. 10 cycles, maybe more, maybe less. Then they're gone. And the team gets used to having them here. It's used to working at that pace. Then suddenly, they have to work differently. They have to pick up the slack, change jobs, change stations, and a few of them think, well, maybe it's time I moved on too. So what I've found is, good workers are trouble, especially those who come and go, like you. Let him speak. This place, it runs on consistency, Sleeper. Those that turn up every cycle, good or bad, they get the people fed. He takes off his reading glasses, inspecting them for smudges. Let's be honest, that ain't you. So let's cut to it. I can't use you in the kitchen anymore. You're done. He shrugs. Sorry. But this place also runs on all those machines out there, on the suppliers I can rope in, the donations. Feeding refugees from the inner system is logistics as much as it is chefing. He shakes his head. Which is why I'm cooped up in the back. So maybe you're wrong. So maybe you're gone. I never see you again. Okay, thanks for coming. We'll soldier on without you. But maybe you still want to be useful. Maybe I heard you have a ship. He smiles at you. Yeah. Maybe I heard you chatting. And maybe I have a little something held up in a place only a ship like yours can reach. I negotiated the purchase of some valuable inter-system spores from a group that came from there, but they somehow ended up at the depot in Greenbelt. So, if you head to Greenbelt, and you find the delivery, and you bring it back, well, Emba looks at you pointedly. That would be helping. That would be the kind of helping a good worker, even an inconsistent worker, might be able to offer me. Emba squints at you. Seems like the kind of thing that someone genuine, someone who wants to help for real, might do, don't you think? He doesn't wait for your reply. But it also seems like the kind of thing that might sit on a list of priorities for so long it disappears and never gets done. I've seen that happen too. I guess we'll find out which it is. He deftly places his reading glasses back on his face and continues to scroll the screen on his terminal. You know the way out, Sleeper. You turn in the doorway, slightly taken aback, and it slides shut behind you. You glide out through the kitchen, through the improvised canteen and the people eating and chatting there, and into the cold underhang passageway beyond. All the time considering what you might do next and recalling that persuasive glint in Nemba's eyes. Well, I think we can end the cycle there. So, I kind of want to test it out. So I think what I'll do is, first of all, just throw this one away. Yeah, it figures. Oh wait, this doesn't have a timer or anything, so that doesn't actually do anything. Well, I guess I'll go gamble all my dice away then we'll see. Ah, so close. Okay. Not the trade hall. Okay. So go to the map. And then to the hidden wreck. Travel to contract. Confirm. This is not what you promised, Seraphim turns to Eugen with a raised eyebrow. Looking out across the field of debris scattered across the small asteroid whose gravity has kept them here, you have to agree. Where do you even start looking? Eugen shrugs, unfazed. I said the wreck was hidden. Transponder off. No flight records. I didn't say it was intact. If it was an easy job, I wouldn't have come with your crew. Could have just grabbed it myself. Winks. We all earn our share. That's definitely more than one wreck. Liz is leaning towards the window, staring out at the glinting debris. I see at least 3, maybe 4 different engine housings out there. Seraphim sighs. You really think there's something of value to be pulled from all that? I know there is. My tip-off is good. We just need to find the right part. He looks out at the wide field of debris. Of the right ship. Let's get to it then. Hold up. Seraphim raises a hand. Eugen, can you at least tell us what needle we are looking for in this haystack? What I know is that a wreck with an item of great value is out here. That's it. He unstraps from his seat. Are you all afraid of some hard work? Is that it? Seraphim starts laughing. So you're telling me we don't know what we're looking for, where it is, or what it's worth? Trust me or don't, Eugen shrugs. This will be worth your while. This is a hot tip. Sleeper, please. Seraphim turns to you exasperated. Suddenly, a percussive beep interrupts the conversation. All of you turn your attention to Seraphim's terminal. What the? He taps a few keys. We've got an incoming ship. Their transponder just popped up. See? What did I say? A hot tip. We better claim it before they do. He jabs a finger at the readout. Okay, clock's ticking. I see a few obvious sights, large bits of debris, clear hull sections. We should focus on those. Bliss unclips from their seat and glides out of the cockpit. See you lucky kids in the airlock. Ready, Cap? Eugen slaps you on the shoulder and kicks off through the cockpit door. Turn to Seraphim. I do not like that guy. Seraphim shakes his head. Just give him a chance. Seraphim turns back to his terminal. Hey, you're the one who has to go out there with him. Look. Seraphim glances back over his shoulder. Just be careful. You nod and glide through the cockpit door, already trying to map the scattered debris in your mind. Okay, so we got 4 sets of debris and a transponder signal. Meaning we have 2 fucking days. And my dice are terrible. Okay, shuttle access. Data trawl. That's a danger that I don't like to do, because I'm just... Also danger. Fuck. Well, I don't have time to really just piss around and wait. Okay, so he gets a stress from a neutral outcome. I'll just go again. Negative out. Oh, lovely. Fuck. Alright, well, that cycle. Let's try again. Okay, these are way better dice. The 2 1s suck, but, I mean... we only need to get a... neutral. Do I risk a 50-50? Well, no, I shouldn't risk any of their 3s. That's at least a decent roll. I can throw away a 1. Yes! Excellent. Okay. Well. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna find out what the fuck this other ship wants, because I'm completely out of dice, and I've used them as good as I can. Eugen, you piece of shit, where are you? The distorted voice rattles through the ship as you are all finishing your breakfast in the mess. Everyone turns to look at Eugen, Seraphin already shaking his head. Vesna, he says under his breath. You suddenly recall the steel-eyed captain who confronted Eugen and the gyre back on the far spindle. Open this airlock before I do something I'll regret. As her voice echoes through the room, you realize she must be at the rig's entry lock, using the comms panel out there to speak into the ship. Let her in. You kick off towards the door, but Seraphin drifts between you and the exit. Sleeper, you sure about this? You can see he is angry. It also looks... you can see he's angry, but also looking to you for reassurance. We're just gonna talk. Seraphin nods. Alright, but the moment this starts to go south, he shoots Eugen a glance. We're booting them both out. Eugen follows as you glide down to the airlock and hits the control for the exterior door. Let me handle her. You can't just keep giving me nods like, oh yeah, we've known each other for years. Motherfucker, like,
80% of this shit has gone tits up, and you have not told me the truth one fucking time. This is my ship. He raises his hand in submission and drifts back a little. He watches the airlock cycles, and you see the silhouette of Vesna through the viewing window as she removes the helmet of her suit. You prepare yourself for whatever comes next, hoping that Seraphin is somewhere nearby. Thank you. Vesna floats through the airlock door, her eye implants making it hard to read her expression. I prefer not to have to stand outside banging on the door. She turns to Eugen, seeing him behind you. But I also prefer it when my contractors don't try to screw me over. What do you want? I want what I asked for. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you don't know what you've got yourself in the middle of here. She speaks plainly with little emphasis. But if you make a move, we're going to have some trouble. This slimy shit here, she jerks her chin towards Eugen, got these coordinates thanks to my tip-off and was meant to deliver them to me. She smiles and shakes her head. That was the deal. But instead, he thought he'd come and claim the prize for himself and bring you fools along for the ride. Sounds like the deal changed. Is that how we're gonna play this? You are all going to leave this place and let me claim what is rightfully mine. Vesna's hand drops to her hip. Do you understand? Now, you are a guest on this ship. Seraphin's voice comes from somewhere behind you. Let's all remember that. You turn back to see Seraphin holding a hull bolter at his waist, its wide muzzle trained on Vesna. Vesna lets her hand go loose at her side, abandoning her threat. Of course. I thought you might all see the breach of trust in this situation, but I was wrong. I don't want to escalate this. On that, we are agreed. She backs a little towards the airlock door. Eugen? She looks at the freelancer. Don't think I'll back off. My team can find this thing faster than any mongrel crew. She smiles. First the prize takes all. May the better crew win. Indeed. Vesna slips back into the airlock and hits the control panel. The door scissors shut. Eugen suddenly tumbles forward as something hits him in the side of the head. Idiot! Seraphin stands behind Eugen, having swung the heavy muzzle of the hull bolter directly into his head. If you ever put this crew in danger like that again. Stop. Sleeper, you know I value your kindness and your patience, but this idiot almost got us killed. Seraphin is breathing heavily, his anger apparent. He still might! Eugen catches himself on the wall. It's okay. He wipes a little blood from his forehead. I get it. That was sloppy. Your whole thing is sloppy. Seraphin bristles. This is how you get yourself killed. As much as I am enjoying this display of aggression and idiocy, Lys's voice comes from behind you all, we still have a contract to complete. They push past to start suiting up. And now we have competition. We should leave. Seraphin slings the hull bolter onto his shoulder. Cut our losses. Now wait. Eugen wipes the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. All this and you're gonna give up and turn tail? Eugen is right. Shit. You're right. Alright. He glides over to Eugen and pats him on the shoulder. Time for you to prove your worth. I'll be watching. Okay, so they have 3 days. Okay. I'm pretty much guaranteed to get this right here. Whatever the fuck it is. Okay. Great. Didn't get dick out of the other 2 things, so I guess it's in here then. Fantastic. Well, let's go to work. Cycle. What is this? Kang passcode will be erased at the end of the contract. Oh. Let's try to gamble with our worst. Because if we just get one flip. Shit. Okay, come on. Maybe. There we go. Okay. The cargo bay doors shudder open in silence as Eugen levers them apart. This is it, the final layer to pull back before you reach Eugen's mysterious prize. You can't help but feel a little excited. There's also a sense of satisfaction to the idea that you beat Vesna's crew to the wreck. You found it, you cracked it open, and now you will be the one to reap the rewards. Just focus on the job. Doors are open enough for a person to glide through now. Beyond, there is only the darkness of the cargo bay. You follow Eugen in, the headlamps on your suit lighting his back and the dusty void beyond. You see the boxes appear as if by magic out of the dark. Eugen glides past them. Does he not see them? You stop and take a look at the loot. A stack of 4 sealed boxes sit in the middle of the bay, their armored exteriors caked in dust. You wipe it away and squint at the aging label. They look like industrial ship components, still sealed, totally untouched. In the belt, where most tech has been through hundreds of hands, patched up and reconfigured, this is a solid haul, but not the kind of haul that gets crews fighting over it. Something doesn't add up. They aren't here, Eugen's voice crackles through the radio. What? Back wall of the bay, come see. You kick off from the crates and glide through the dark until you see Eugen, the back wall of the cargo bay, and something that confuses you for a second. A black shape, a ragged circle. Around Eugen. You squint. Inside it, tiny lights twinkle. It takes you a moment, but you slowly realize that you are looking through a hole in the wall to the stars beyond. Someone beat us to it. His voice is flat. They are long gone. Vesna? No. He points. Look at the edges. This was a long time ago. They punched in and took it. What was it? Eugen turns back to you, his face pale in your torch headlights. He seems to be lost for words. Folks? Bliss's voice comes through the suit comms channel. I've got Seraphin telling me Vesna's crew are heading this way. So whatever you've got in there, if you want to keep it, grab it and get out now. I'm already heading for the rig. I'll get the cargo bay open and prep for your arrival. They pause. Don't dawdle. Go now. Eugen suddenly seems to regain his focus. The crates, he nods. Let's grab them and go. You glide back across the bay, your mind still racing with questions. Something about Eugen's reaction tells you he knew that he was tells you he knew what he was expecting to find here. If that's the case, you think it's yet another lie he's told you. You both reach the crates and quickly lash them together, guiding them weightlessly out of the room between you. As you do, you meet eyes with Eugen, and he looks away. I really hope you two idiots are on your way back, Seraphin chirps over the radio, because Vesna's boys are just about to reach that wreck you're on. We're inbound, Eugen quickly responds, then clicks his radio off. Well, Seraphin continues. Tell me then, what ancient and powerful treasure did you find in that thing? Gold? A Conway warhead? 3 crates of components. Seriously? Sleeper, me and you are gonna need to have a serious chat. You cross the debris field to the ship in silence, your eyes on the scrap for a sign of Vesna's crew. You don't think they'd ambush you, but then again, you wouldn't put it past them. As you reach the cargo bay and guide the crates through the open door, you shoot Eugen a final glance. "Give me time," he says quietly over the radio. "I'll explain in time." You consider pressing him, even shouting at him, but you realize there will be plenty of time for that on the journey back to the far spindle. For now, you just want to get out of here. Eugen has spent the journey back to the far spindle avoiding Seraphin as best he can. It might be that he is afraid, but you get the feeling it's more likely that he's been making himself scarce out of a genuine sense of regret. Seraphin, however, doesn't see his behavior so favorably. Slimy shit won't even show his face. Seraphin complains loudly as he finalizes docking, puts us in a spacer or crew's sights with no care for anyone but himself. "Enough, Seraphin." Seraphin turns to shoot you an irritated look, but as he does, you see his eyes jump to the door behind you. You hear the rustle of movement behind in your head and turn to see Eugen in the cockpit's doorway, a rare, serious expression on his face. "I owe you all an explanation." His voice is low and steady. "Believe it or not, this was not my plan. Yeah, your plan was to find the loot in that wreck and split with it, wasn't it, big man?" Seraphin glares at Eugen. "No." Eugen gives him a tired look. "It wasn't." "Hear him out, Seraphin." Bliss cuts in from the back of the cockpit. "Vesna has been searching for a ship." Eugen looks over your heads at the far spindle. "An infamous ship. Seemed like she already had a ship." Seraphin interrupts. "That was part of the problem. Not a rig." Eugen looks down towards him. "A fraction drive ship. An interstellar ship." That seems to shut Seraphin up. And you don't blame him. An interstellar ship here, in the belt? That's tech from the core systems. "No way." Eugen sighs. "I get that you don't trust me, but I'm not lying. I shouldn't even be telling you now." Eugen frowns. "Word gets out that there's a factory-fresh fraction ship somewhere in the belt. People kill for less." He shakes his head. "Gangs kill for much less. You were telling me there's a fraction ship that no one has ever found that's been sitting here since when? Since the collapse?" "Believe it or not, that's exactly it." Eugen looks to you. "Vesna put me on the trail. She wanted me to find its location for repayment." He looks away. "An old debt. But the moment I found the data that verified its existence, that confirmed the ship was out there, I couldn't give it to her. And that's when you found me." "You wanted it for yourself?" "Who wouldn't?" Eugen let out a weak laugh. "A ticket out of the belt. Freedom. But it's not only that." Eugen folds his arms. "You may have met Vesna, but you don't know her." Eugen meets your eye. "She's one of the last people in the belt who should have a ship like that." "Well, no one has the ship now, if it even exists. Need I remind you that it wasn't there? Your data was a bust." "No," Eugen shakes his head. "It was there once. Those wrecks? Those were the ships that fought over the fraction ship. A bunch of Solheim corporates who wanted to get out of the system when it all came down. And that ship was their ticket. The Aphelion Path." Eugen looks out at the far spindle. "It was there. Someone moved it, hid it, long before we got there." "Leave the belt? Sign me up." Eugen laughs. "You and me both, Sleeper." "I'm sorry, Sleeper." He looks at Bliss and Seraphin, "and to you both as well. I wanted to keep this secret. I wanted to find the Aphelion Path, and I knew that if I did, you you would understand. Still, I was wrong to manipulate you. He bows his head. But I'm not done. He raises his head, his gaze hard now. I will find the ship, and I will leave the belt. How do you do that? Seraphin shoots him a sly look. With no ship of your own, and Vesna at your back. Eugen ignores him and moves closer to you. Sleeper, I will uphold our deal. I will serve on your crew, and when I have news on the Aphelion, you will know. How can I trust you? Only you can answer that, Sleeper. I would give you my word if it was worth anything. Seraphin turns to you. I know, I always say it, but this time you have to listen, Sleeper. Seraphin gestures to Eugen. This guy is no good. I've known his type. Don't bring him. This can be your escape too, Sleeper. Eugen meets your eye. I mean, it sounds like a fucking pipe dream, but okay, you're in. Seraphin sighs, getting up from his seat. You've got a lot to prove. He passes close to Eugen as he leaves. You better get on with it. Eugen meets his eye, but says nothing. Once Seraphin is gone, he looks to you and nods. Thank you. He turns and leaves too. Quite the ragtag group we have here. Bliss nudges past you. I know you understand what a second chance means for you, Sleeper. They smile. But I'm glad to see you understand that others need the same. They slip out before you can respond. You stare out of the cockpit at the lights of the far spindle. You hope Eugen understands his mistake. You hope even harder that Vesna doesn't hold a grudge, even though you know for a fact she does. You sigh. The bunks are going to need expanding at this rate. Oh, well. One thing I definitely have to do is, refill our fuel, refill our supplies. So I wonder if there's a way to escape Hexport in time. Because, like, it seemed like there was some sort of, like, game plan you could do with... I don't know. But, okay. Time since last autosave, 37 seconds. Perfect. But I think I'm going to close out stream here. We'll probably be back with some Citizen Sleeper at some point this week. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing some Mech Warrior, which is a game that I got because it was on sale, and I was like, sure, I'll try it. From what I understand, the Mech Warrior games have always been kind of weird, and I also know that the controller settings for them are pretty bad. So we'll see how it works out. But as always, thanks so much for watching. Always appreciate it. And even if you just catch the VOD later or anything like that. But I'm gonna cut stream here, and we'll be back tomorrow. And have a great day, everyone.